In the turbulent year of 1936, Meyer Lansky emerged as one of the most formidable mobsters in America. Imagine this: a young man arriving on American shores with nothing but empty pockets, now masterfully commanding multiple industries. This was a pivotal moment for Lansky as the realm of organized crime faced unprecedented threats. With the likes of Lansky, Frank Costello, and others, Lucky Luciano's empire continued to thrive from behind prison walls, his commands executed with ruthless precision. However, the landscape of organized crime was undergoing a dramatic transformation. During the 30s, President Franklin D. Roosevelt launched an aggressive campaign against mobsters, leaving an indelible mark on the criminal underworld. The incarceration of Luciano sent shockwaves through the Mafia. Mobsters who had flourished during Prohibition, like Costello, Carlo Gambino, Vito Genovese, Dutch Schultz, and Lepke Buchalter, felt particularly exposed. With Al Capone already behind bars, and figures like Paul Ricca soon to join him for extorting the movie industry, the reins in Chicago and Illinois passed to Tony Accardo. Accardo, with his deep ties to the Jewish Mafia, heeded Lansky's sage advice to expand into a national racing wire, solidifying Chicago's position as one of the most lucrative mafias in America. While New York remained under tight scrutiny, Lansky ingeniously redirected his operations to locales such as Florida, Havana, and the Bahamas, effectively globalizing his gambling enterprises. Costello, seizing the reins in the chaos, expanded into Arkansas and beyond, diversifying into casinos and real estate to escape the vigilant eyes of New York law enforcement. Meanwhile, Vito Genovese, notorious for his violent ways, fled to Italy, seeking to strengthen ties with Mussolini, who had risen to power in 1925. Amidst this, the rise of Adolf Hitler in 1933 and his subsequent European conquests set the stage for World War II. Lansky, Costello, Albert Anastasia, and the rest of the Mafia were poised to do whatever necessary to protect America, yet also ready to exploit the global turmoil for their own gain. Emerging from this era, Carlo Gambino rose spectacularly, his ingenious ration stamps hustle marking him as one of New York's wealthiest mafiosos. His success not only impressed Luciano, but also set the stage for his ascent as the next boss by the 50s in Sicily, heralding a new era of Mafia dominance. In the fateful year of 1936, Lucky Luciano languished behind bars, his criminal empire teetering on the brink. Lansky, Costello, and their cohort of cunning gangsters were acutely aware of a crisis Luciano found himself in. He had incensed the public, antagonized the establishment, and crowned himself a political kingmaker, earning the ire of the elite. Luciano's litany of charges, ranging from heinous pimping to notorious narcotics trafficking, were splashed across every New York newspaper, branding him a monumental threat to society and sealing his fate as an untouchable inmate. Extracting him from prison appeared impossible. Luciano was painted as one of the most dangerous men in America, making any attempt to free him fraught with peril. Despite the grim odds, Lansky, Costello, and their gang initiated clandestine operations to exonerate their leader. Their initial scheme to manipulate the witnesses faltered, yielding no fruit. Recognizing the need for an extraordinary catalyst to secure Luciano's release, they bided their time, weaving through the underbelly of New York's criminal and political landscapes, waiting for the perfect storm that would necessitate Luciano's freedom. The tension was palpable, the stakes astronomical, as they plotted under the cloak of darkness, hoping for a break in the clouds that seemed perpetually out of reach. In the pulsating heart of the 30s underworld, Luciano's crew comprised pivotal figures, each masterful in their own domain. Vito Genovese was the unrelenting muscle, now strategically positioned in Italy. Frank Costello, the adept manipulator of political strings, held his court in Louisiana. Meyer Lansky, the brilliant mathematician, served as the accountant, financier, and sagacious advisor, establishing formidable connections in Havana, Cuba, and Miami. He was intricately weaving networks with figures like Russell Bufalino and strengthening bonds with the Trafficante crime family, alongside alliances with the French Corsican Mafia, positioning them to dominate Havana, a city where Luciano would later host his first significant gathering post-prison. Amidst this constellation of criminal mastery, another figure sought a shift in his notorious career path. Known for his ferocious reputation, which had accrued considerable bodies, he was universally dubbed Bugsy, a moniker denoting his reputed insanity, a label he loathed. BenjaminSiegal, as intelligent and calculated as Lansky, was not merely muscle. He possessed a multifaceted depth, yet he was the youngest, and thus often the least regarded among these titans. However, his potential was unmistakable, making him indispensable to Luciano and the others. Post-prohibition, Lansky desired to keep Benjamin, akin to a brother in arms, nearby. Yet Benjamin craved recognition beyond being a mere subordinate. Driven by a fierce ambition to forge his own legacy, BenjaminSiegal decided to relocate to California. There, he was determined not to be anyone's second in command. In the sunny allure of the West Coast, he embarked on establishing his empire, only to encounter a fresh breed of gangsters, new schemes, tempting opportunities, and burgeoning challenges. This move marked the beginning of an era that would not only redefine his identity, but also reshape the landscape of organized crime. Upon arriving in California, BenjaminSiegal rapidly began to carve out his niche, establishing a plethora of businesses and illicit rackets. Yet, it was not long before his ambitions collided with those of another formidable force in the underworld, Mickey Cohen. Cohen, already making his mark and destined to etch his own notorious path through the 50s, had robust connections to key figures like Carlos Marcello and was deeply intertwined with the Chicago outfit. A self-made boss with a volatile temper and a knack for brawling, Cohen was among the most feared and relentless mob bosses of his time. The potential showdown between BenjaminSiegal and Mickey Cohen became the talk of the underworld. Both men, known for their prowess in the ring as amateur boxers who trained religiously, were equally matched in tenacity and toughness. Observers of their careers speculated fervently about the outcome of such a clash. Many believed that Siegel, with his strategic mind and relentless aggression, might have had the upper hand in a direct confrontation. Their shared love for boxing added an extra layer of intrigue, with each known for their physical conditioning and fighting skills. This hypothetical matchup between two of organized crime's most iconic figures would have been a spectacle of both strategy and brute force, highlighting the intertwining of physical prowess and underworld power in their quest for dominance in the burgeoning criminal landscape of post-war America. In the bustling neighborhood of West 8th Street in Los Angeles, local children were the first to notice a menacing figure in the area. This man, with his simian posture, a crooked nose, and a noticeable twitching scar beneath his left eye, struck an intimidating presence. Long before the police took an interest, the kids would retreat at the sight of him, peering cautiously from his doorway, before hurriedly getting into his car. This man was Mickey Cohen, known in the underworld as a heist guy. Having returned to Los Angeles after a turbulent stint in the criminal jungles of New York, Cleveland, and Chicago, Mickey bore the physical marks of his violent exploits, knife cuts and bullet wounds across his belly and chest, souvenirs from encounters in dark alleys, pool rooms, and seedy nightclubs. High-ranking police officer later described Mickey as no more than a gun-toting thug back then, but acknowledged his sheer nerve and resilience, comparing him to a tougher than a hungry tiger. The year was 1939, and Mickey had recently left Chicago under a cloud, after an incident involving the cracking of a rival gangster's skull with a pistol butt. Facing dire threats, he chose to return to California. a place where his criminal record was minor, with nothing more serious than a vagrancy charge. California proved to be fertile ground for someone of his talents. One summer, Mickey moved from his isolated apartment on West 8th Street to a more centrally located flat in Hollywood, eager to be closer to the underworld action. Soon after he, along with a couple of associates, boldly entered a betting parlor on Franklin Avenue. As they brandished their weapons, Mickey issued a chilling threat. "The first guy that moves gets it." Instantly, the chaotic chatter of voices on the phones ceased. The cashier, eyeing the gun in his drawer, briefly considered resistance. However, a glance at Mickey's icy stare was enough to dissuade him, and he slowly raised his hands in surrender. At that moment, a short, scruffy thug known as Little Joe entered the scene. He was a bagman for Ben Siegel and Jack Dragner, and had just entered the establishment with $22,000 in cash to check a racing result. Mickey, aware of Little Joe's reputation as a trusted yet unimaginative thief, demanded the money. Little Joe nervously handed over a thick brown envelope, warning, "Ben Siegel will kill you for this." Mickey ignored the threat, casually robbing the other patrons of a few 4-carat diamonds before exiting with his crew. 2 days later, Mickey received a visitor, Harry "Champ" Siegel. "Mick, Ben Siegel wants to see you," Champ conveyed. Mickey scoffed, dismissing the influence of the New York mob. "Ben can be part of the Big Six all he wants. I am sticking to my own business and expect the same from him," Mickey retorted, maintaining his stance of independence. Champion smiled reassuringly. "He's a really nice guy, Mick. Use your head and go see him." The following afternoon, Mickey dressed meticulously, tucking a .38 in his belt and a .45 in a sling under his armpit. After washing his hands multiple times, a habit after touching anything potentially germ-infested, he donned a large Stetson hat, coordinating with his silk tie. Looking almost comical, like a giant mushroom in motion, he headed to meet Siegel. At the YMCA, he found Siegel changing into a blue shirt with coordinating boxer shorts and socks, and a tie draped around his neck. "Hello, Mickey. Thanks for coming. I hear you are making a name out here," Siegel greeted him cordially. Mickey bristled, unsure of Siegel's intentions. Siegel, with a hint of a smile, got straight to the point. "I'd like you to return the cash and jewels you took from Little Joe," he said calmly. Mickey's temper flared as he denied possessing any stolen goods. Siegel, patient yet firm, insisted, "Let's not kid ourselves. I'm just asking for a small favor for me and Jack Dragner." Mickey, defiant and angered, refused to concede anything. "I don't kick back to anyone, not even my own mother. I put my life on the line and I do not owe you anything," he declared heatedly. Siegel dismissed his stubbornness, demanding the return of the items. Mickey, bursting with rage, stormed out into the sunlight. Champion followed, startled by Mickey's fury, but Mickey was resolute. "If he tries anything, I'll kill him right now. I do not care who he is. Just tell him to back off," he warned, his hand gripping the .38 tightly. Mickey was certain this would not be the last encounter with Siegel. The tension between these two gentlemen, BenjaminSiegal and Mickey Cohen, began to escalate. But as quickly as it started, it was quelled by higher-ups in organized crime who intervened to prevent a conflict. This intervention highlights BenjaminSiegal's demeanor. He was not prone to violence or rash actions. Instead, he was calm, sophisticated, and smart in handling the situation. When Mickey got angry, Benjamin remained composed. When Mickey got disrespectful, Benjamin stayed unflustered. This calm and collected approach were a crucial aspect of Benjamin's character. He was evolving into a gentleman, known for his dashing good looks and his ability to navigate various social circles. By positioning himself as a reliable problem solver, BenjaminSiegal became a friend to the elite. His smart tactics included sending underlings, like Mickey Cohen, to handle the dirty work, ensuring that the elites would come to him for protection and assistance. This strategy not only increased his influence, but also allowed him to swindle them into investing in various businesses, most notably a casino in the desert. Benjamin's ability to maintain his composure and use his charm and intelligence to manage conflicts and build alliances was a testament to his strategic acumen. He understood the importance of maintaining a calm exterior and leveraging his connections to advance his interests. This approach not only helped him navigate the treacherous waters of organized crime, but also solidified his position as a respected and influential figure within both criminal and elite circles. By managing to keep potential conflicts under control and presenting himself as a reliable and capable leader, Benjamin Siegel was able to expand his influence and secure investments for his ventures. His transformation into a gentleman and a trusted ally of the elite was a significant evolution from his earlier days, reflecting his growth and adaptability in a constantly changing environment. This sophisticated approach to business and conflict resolution played a key role in his success and legacy in the world of organized crime. Benjamin Siegel, a New York gambler, once said, was always a sucker for an exciting long-shot bet. This gentleman, who prefers to remain nameless, recalled that Siegel once bet on the same long-shot horse 4 times in less than a month. The nag, aptly named Bulwark, won 3 times, and Siegel's gross profit was about $10,000. But the long shot in the summer of 1938 had nothing to do with horses. The big bet his friends were worried about involved $100 million, and the odds against Siegel and the Countess Dorothy DeFrasso were so astronomical that even Longy Zwillman, who was kept informed in Jersey, said he would rather bet 6-2, and even that the sun would not rise again. There was in New York a bibulous old man named Bill Beaubeer, who had a map with the location of a fabulous buried treasure. It was crudely drawn on a tablecloth. Beaubeer was glumly considering turning the tablecloth into a shirt, when, in an encounter so improbable that it might have been cleverly arranged, he met the Countess DeFrasso and her checkbook. Ben Siegel never explained how or why Dorothy happened to be in a sawdust boîte de nuit hobnobbing with riffraff. In any case, Beaubeer showed her the map, and, in no time at all, she was in Michigan, chartering the Meyer Nelson, a 3-masted schooner of some 460 tons, then tied up in the Los Angeles harbor at San Pedro, but owned by a Detroit bank. On a foggy morning in September, the Meyer Nelson creaked away from her berth and sailed south to Ensenada, just across the border in Mexico. There she was boarded by most of the crew and passengers, and the vessel promptly put to sea again. The passengers on this odd voyage might have been handpicked by a Hollywood scriptwriter for a stock plot. They included the following: the Countess DeFrasso, the angel Ben Siegel, the mastermind Miss Philomena Renzi, personal maid to the Countess, Marino Bello, stepfather of the late Jean Harlow and production manager aboard, Miss Evelyn Husby, Bello's private nurse, Richard Gully, English bon vivant, later social secretary and protocol interpreter for Jack Warner, Dr. Benjamin Blank, official physician for the Los Angeles County Jail, Harry Champ Siegel, member of the prominent Siegel Locke family, ex-fighter, racetrack toot, ring manager, and at the time, in charge of physical education for his longtime friend Siegel, Captain Bob Hoffman, German navigator and master of the vessel, and Bill Beaubeer, holder of the map. There were some 20 men in the crew, many recruited from bookie joints in Hollywood and equipped with 6 shooters just in case pirates appeared. Gully went aboard frankly apprehensive. His experience with weapons was confined to throwing darts. He hoped, knowing that Siegel and Dorothy were partners in more than a treasure hunt, that the gangster would be a gallant savior if things got tough. Gully need not have worried. For Ben Siegel, this assignment was far less complicated than planning the murder of a 2-timer. The vessel was off the coast of Baja California when Siegel revealed their destination. The Meyer Nelson, he said, was headed for bleak Cocos Island, a slip of land in the vast Pacific, some 300 miles off the mainland of Costa Rica. The island, only 4 miles long and 2 miles wide, belonged to Costa Rica, but was uninhabited. Somewhere on the tiny rectangle of jungle, he said, hidden in a deep cave, was $90 million worth of gold and jewelry. This treasure hunt was a long shot of epic proportions, a gamble even more daring than any horse race. Yet, Siegel's charm and the audacity of his vision captivated his partners. Despite the incredible odds, the promise of great wealth drove them forward. This venture exemplified Siegel's ability to blend high stakes, gambling with bold, adventurous undertakings. It was a testament to his daring nature and his knack for making even the most outlandish dreams seem within reach. It seems incredible that Ben Siegel and Dorothy DeFrasso, neither of whom were fools in a business deal, could have been so thoroughly credulous about this legend that ranks with the abominable snowman and the Loch Ness monster. Any schoolboy can go to the nearest public library and find references to the Cocos Island treasure. Yet seagoing adventurers, including in recent years such solid citizens as Sir Malcolm Campbell and Vincent Astor, have been going to Cocos for more than a century, searching for the gems and bullion stashed away there by the captain and crew of the English merchant ship Mary Dear. "In my wildest dreams," Gully said later, "I never believed we'd find $1 worth of gold. I was out of a job at the time, and for me it was just a pleasant cruise to a desert island. But these other jokers believed the treasure was there, and that they'd all be rich." Siegel overlooked nothing. The vessel had dories and motor launches on deck for ferrying equipment ashore. There was dynamite for blasting, petrol power units for operating rock drills, and a huge pile of spades and shovels. Siegel and his countess were not interested in Spartan cuisine, and had brought cases of expensive canned meats, sauces, soups, caviar and other delicacies, as well as fine wines, liqueurs and brandy. Because she had an innate sense of propriety with strangers, the Countess and her personal maid occupied the most luxurious stateroom alone. When Siegel visited Dorothy, Philomena Renzi discreetly withdrew to the lounge. Dr. Blank, who had been a medical school classmate of Ben's brother, Dr. Maurice Siegel, shared a stateroom with Siegel, and Bello had a smaller cabin for himself. Richard Gully slept in the lounge and does not remember where Evelyn Husby, Champ Siegel and Beaubeer stayed. In any case, Miss Husby stopped sleeping alone on the 4th day out. Bello, who suffered from coronary heart disease and openly credited Evelyn with nursing him back to health, summoned Captain Hoffman one sultry evening and said he wanted to marry the girl. The skipper performed the ceremony on the bridge, with crew and passengers as happy witnesses, and there was a gay reception and supper in the main lounge. "We were all there, of course," Gully said dryly. "Where else could we go?" The long voyage southward, through emerald waters that were fluorescent at night, was a pleasant trip. Siegel was up at dawn every day, trotting around the deck or boxing a few rounds with Champ. Knowing something of Siegel's hoodlum days, Gully was surprised to find himself yielding to man's undeniable charm. Moreover, it was obvious that Siegel was a leader of men and had the respect of every person aboard. "I often thought later how tragic it was the way he wasted his life," Gully told me. "I don't like to praise a man with a record like his, and it's pretty frightening when you get into it. But on that trip, he never got out of line once." Siegel was extremely reticent about his underworld connections and said nothing to Gully or anyone else about his activities with the mob. But he did mention Meyer Lansky, his former partner in the Bugmeyer mob, and reminisced about their wild adventures during Prohibition. Occasionally Siegel and Champ started a poker game, and Gully, whose impeccable manners and clipped British accent made him a natural target for jokes, inevitably became their pigeon. Skilled in sleight of hand, they slyly dealt him a full house, or 4 of a kind. And when Gully showed his hand, Champ, Bello, or Siegel would lay down a straight flush. Gully's despair on these losing hands was always a signal for explosive laughter. But when Siegel later confessed to Gully that they had stacked the deck, he returned all the money and suggested that tennis might be a safer and less expensive game. The lure of gold kept all of them in a state of exhilaration as Meyer Nelson pushed southward. Late in September, they reached the Costa Rican harbor of Punta Arenas, and there, by prearrangement, the Meyer Nelson was boarded by an army colonel named Siegfried Campos and 6 soldiers who carried Tommy guns. With authority, he was pleasant. He carried a gun, but he did not make a show of it. The adventure continued, filled with the kind of high-stakes excitement and unpredictability that defined Siegel's life. Despite the dubious nature of the treasure hunt, the journey itself was a testament to the bold, adventurous spirit of Ben Siegel and his companions, blending the lines between fantasy and reality, and showcasing their unyielding pursuit of fortune and thrill. The Costa Rican government was willing to indulge these eccentric American explorers, but if by some miracle they stumbled upon anything valuable, Costa Rica wanted its share. Siegel was compelled to sign an agreement giving Costa Rica 1/3 of anything they found. "That's okay with me," he said with a shrug. "We'll still have 60 million left." Captain Hoffman turned his ship seaward again, and some days later he dropped anchor a mile offshore from a small inlet called Waiver Bay, just below the 2,788-foot summit of Mount Iglesias. Siegel and Hoffman went ashore in a small boat, landing on a sandy beach that was no more than 100 yards long. It was immediately apparent that this was no magic island like Tahiti. The shore was rocky and buttressed with steep cliffs. The jungle grass thrust its sharp blades shoulder high, and the trees were tangled growths, chained together by thick vines. There was almost no level land, and in the little canyons, where other men had sought the gold, they found the rotting remains of crude shacks. In subsequent trips, Siegel and Bello set up tents. They brought tools, food, and weapons. They arranged watches around the clock, because there was evidence that they were spied upon by the eyes of wildcats, boars, snakes, and rats. Gully called it the 10 terrible days. Cruel sun in repeated waves of 85 degrees, warm rains of the season, hour after hour, drenching clothes and spirits, the stench of decaying plants and animal feces, sweat and swearing, the moist corrosive air, coating clothes and food with green. But they searched frantically for the gold. "Did we dig?" Gully said. "Christ, did we dig? We drilled through rocks and shale. The climate was murderous, but we could not stop. We dynamized whole cliffs." For 10 days and nights, they slaved, and Ben Siegel fumed and cursed. It was not the heat, the bugs, and the smell that finally discouraged them. It was the decisive moment. The treasure was a nightmare. It was not there. It had never been there. They could tear up the whole 8 square miles in 10 days, 10 months, 10 years. Ben Siegel knew he was licked. Angry and sickened by the indigestible facts, Siegel abruptly ordered Captain Hoffman to round up the crew and hoist anchor. Champ Siegel said that Siegel quit because he had received reports that the stock market was unsteady and wanted to communicate with his brokers to protect his holdings. Most mobsters never invested in the stock market. However, a select few did, and BenjaminSiegal was among them. Hearing any news about troubling developments in the stock market would send shivers down his spine. Champion added that Siegel left the Meyer Nelson at San Jose in Guatemala. But at the time, Siegel had no sizable Wall Street investments and was far more concerned with his gambling interests in Los Angeles. He told Hoffman to take the ship directly to Panama, and there he abandoned the Countess and the rest of the guests. He flew home alone from Panama, and Champ Siegel later reported that the Countess was so put out about being deserted that she made a pass at him aboard the ship. Champion said she asked him for a little loving, but that he gallantly resisted with the excuse that he could not betray his best friend, Ben Siegel. Richard Gully's reaction to Champ's claim was bitter and succinct. "How pathetic," he said. "Champ wasn't such a bad guy, but he certainly didn't appeal to Dorothy. I don't blame him for trying to justify all the things that happened on the way home." Gully claimed that Champ Siegel and a crewman named Abe Kapelner began quarreling with Captain Hoffman. The feud had almost reached open fighting when a typhoon hit the Meyer Nelson in the Gulf of Tehuantepec. The screaming winds and mountainous seas slammed the ship around like a cork, swept gear off the decks, and injured half a dozen of the crew. The diesel engine was jarred loose and was so irreparably damaged that it became useless. The Meyer Nelson was wallowing helplessly in the boiling ocean when an SOS brought help from the Cellini, an Italian motor vessel heading northward on the same course. The Cellini towed Captain Hoffman's battered ship into Acapulco, and she lay there for a month waiting for a new engine from the United States. The Countess de Frasso grew impatient and flew with Gully to Mexico City. This adventure, fraught with challenges and dashed hopes, underscored the volatility and unpredictability of Siegel's ventures. Despite the grandeur and excitement that accompanied the treasure hunt, the reality proved harsh and unforgiving. It was a sobering reminder that even the most thrilling escapades could end in disappointment, reflecting the broader themes of risk and ambition that defined Siegel's life. Bello and Champ Siegel were entrusted with the responsibility of getting the Meyer Nelson back to Los Angeles. When the vessel limped into port, Captain Hoffman, to the consternation of all concerned, had Siegel and Kapelner arrested on a charge of mutiny and demanded a federal grand jury investigation and indictment. Imaginative editors at the Los Angeles newspapers promptly labeled the Meyer Nelson a hell ship, and for a day or two they dusted off all the available but old pictures of the Countess de Frasso, with Cary Grant, Gary Cooper, Mary Pickford, and other movie star friends, of Marino Bello, smiling covetously at his beautiful stepdaughter, Jean Harlow, and assorted poses of Champ Siegel at sporting events here and there. There were no such photos of the true boss of the cruise, Mr. BenjaminSiegal, wealthy sportsman, nor was his real identity revealed at the time. The men and women on that grand jury must have been more perceptive than most. After they heard testimony from Gully and the others, they refused to indict, and thus the story died. But one item would not stay buried: the anonymity of Bugsy Siegel. In the city room of the Los Angeles Examiner, Jim Richardson, the gangling, scowling city editor, swore every time he saw a society item coupling the Countess Dorothy de Frasso with Mr. Benjamin Siegel. Not long before Richardson died, Dean Jennings, the author of We Only Kill Each Other, sat in his home in Arcadia. This was about 1958, and they talked about crime and about Bugsy Siegel. He remembered the day the phone rang on the city desk, and a guttural voice said, "Why don't you investigate this Mr. Benjamin Siegel you're writing about all the time?" "Why should I?" "Because he's a killer. That's why." Richardson also remembered how Johnny Klein, chief investigator for District Attorney Buren Fitz, had gone east to do a little graduate work at New York Police Headquarters. He was running through a batch of mugshots, just to check names and numbers, when a fellow detective plucked one out and said, "Now there's an outstanding citizen named Bugsy Siegel." "Never heard of him," Klein said. "You never heard of him? Why, Johnny, this guy is one of the worst killers in the country, and he's living right in your backyard." So Jim Richardson went fishing. "I decided to blast this bum," Richardson said. The Los Angeles Examiner came out with a blunt story in which Benjamin Siegel, wealthy sportsman, was unmasked as Bugsy Siegel, gangster. Among other things, the exposé had wafted into the clubhouse of the Hillcrest Country Club, and as respectable members held their noses, Siegel was compelled to resign. It is the fond belief of many substantial citizens who are sprayed with wet newsprint that the offending editor or reporter can be removed by applying heat to the owner or publisher. "This man leaves your paper," the standard phrase goes, "or I withdraw my advertising." Occasionally it works. More often it backfires. Richardson said he was reading copy one day when Harry Crocker, popular society columnist for The Examiner. "Jim," he said, "I was at a Hollywood party the other night, and the Countess de Frasso grabbed me. She's fit to be tired because of that story on Ben Siegel." "Oh, he's Ben Siegel to you too. Around here we call him Bugsy. Are you scared of this hoodlum?" "Sure, I am," Crocker replied. "This guy is bad news. Nobody calls him Bugsy. I've heard he'd just as soon kill you for using that name." "Relax, Harry. He's not going to fool around with a newspaper man." Crocker was shocked at Richardson's attitude and told him that the Countess, on the strength of a long and close friendship with William Randolph Hearst, had promised to get Richardson fired. "No man or woman alive goes to the chief with stuff like that," Richardson said. "But she will," Crocker said. And she did. This high-stakes drama, with its blend of crime, society gossip and media intrigue, perfectly encapsulates the volatile world in which Bugsy Siegel operated. From treasure hunts to courtroom dramas, and from grand jury investigations to the influential power of the press, the life of Benjamin Bugsy Siegel was a fascinating blend of ambition, danger, and the relentless pursuit of fortune and notoriety. The Countess drove to San Simeon and, because Hearst learned why she had come, was purposely kept outside the control gate. She returned to Los Angeles, tear-stained and frustrated, but she was not ready to quit. She would be at San Simeon again, and her performance the second time would be ugly. Not long after the Hearst episode, Richardson had a surprise visit from Mark Hellinger, the former Broadway columnist who had been lured away from his New York beat to take pictures for Jack Warner. Richardson had long admired Hellinger's work, and they had a warm mutual friend in Damon Runyon. But to Richardson's bitter disappointment, Hellinger had not come to reminisce or even bring a greeting from Runyon. It was obvious that he was there for one purpose: to find out what new indignities, if any, the Examiner was planning for Bugsy Siegel. It grieved Richardson to find a man of Hellinger's stature stooping to this kind of subterfuge, but he had no way of knowing that Hellinger and Siegel had been friends for years, and that eventually Hellinger would publicly endorse the underworld king. "At the time I thought Mark should have been on my side," Richardson said. "But my God, there he was, fronting for this bum. I never talked to Mark again about it, and he's gone now, but I always hoped he realized he was wrong." As it happens, Richardson had something definite in mind. He wanted Bugsy Siegel in jail, and to put him there, he would have to get inside the gangster's private safe at the Delphin Avenue house. He had a man who could do it. The tension in the air was palpable as Richardson plotted his next move. The Countess's desperation, Hellinger's betrayal, and Richardson's determination all swirled together in a maelstrom of intrigue and ambition. It was a high-stakes game, and everyone involved knew that one wrong move could spell disaster. Richardson's contact was a safecracker with a reputation for precision and discretion. The plan was simple but risky. Under the cover of darkness, the safecracker would infiltrate Siegel's fortress-like mansion and extract the crucial documents that Richardson believed would be the key to putting the notorious gangster behind bars. The night of the heist, the atmosphere in Los Angeles was electric with anticipation. The safecracker, known only as the Ghost for his ability to move silently and unseen, approached the Delphin Avenue house with the practiced ease of a seasoned professional. Inside, the house was a labyrinth of luxury, filled with priceless art and opulent furnishings that belied the violent underworld dealings of its owner. The Ghost moved quickly, bypassing the state-of-the-art security systems with deft fingers and a calm mind. Reaching the safe, he set to work, his tools making barely a whisper as he manipulated the complex locking mechanism. Time seemed to stretch and bend, every second an eternity, as Richardson waited, tense and hopeful. Finally, with a soft click, the safe door swung open. The ghost gathered the documents, carefully placing them in a secure pouch before making his way back out into the night. The operation had gone off without a hitch, but the true test was yet to come. Richardson pored over the stolen documents, his heart racing as he deciphered the codes and financial records. There it was, evidence of Siegel's illegal activities, meticulously detailed and irrefutable. With this, Richardson was confident he could bring Siegel to justice. But the road ahead was fraught with danger. Siegel was not a man to be trifled with, and the stakes were higher than ever. As Richardson prepared to hand the evidence over to the authorities, he knew that his life, and the lives of those around him, would never be the same. In the days that followed, the Countess made her second attempt at San Simeon, causing a scene that echoed through the halls of the Hearst estate. Meanwhile, Richardson's exposé on Bugsy Siegel hit the front pages, shaking the foundations of the criminal empire Siegel had built. Hellinger, faced with the undeniable truth of Siegel's crimes, struggled with his conscience, torn between loyalty to an old friend and the stark reality of his actions. As the drama unfolded, the lines between right and wrong blurred, leaving a trail of shattered relationships and unresolved tensions in its wake. The story of Bugsy Siegel, the Countess de Frasso, and the relentless pursuit of justice by Jim Richardson became a legend in its own right, a tale of ambition, betrayal, and the relentless quest for power in the glittering, dangerous world of 30s Los Angeles. In 1938, aboard the Metha Nelson cruise, Ben Siegel discovered that Dorothy de Frasso had a penchant for investing in imaginative but often unprofitable ventures. Notably, she had incurred significant losses in a venture manufacturing soybean food, which, according to Elsa Maxwell, subjected them to tasting these horrible concoctions. Additionally, Elsa lamented Dorothy's premature exit from Zipper Enterprises, remarking on the fortune she could have amassed had she maintained her stake in this pivotal innovation for women's clothing. However, Dorothy finally struck gold with a new venture involving an explosive called atomite. Siegel and Marino Bello, who re-teamed for this venture, witnessed a demonstration by two chemists who remain unnamed due to potential ongoing classified work, in the Imperial Valley Desert. The explosive's power was undeniable, flattening small mountains and stunning local wildlife. Overwhelmed by the demonstration, Dorothy signed a notarized contract and invested $50,000, hopeful for a lucrative return. She quickly urged her husband, Count de Frasso, to witness atomite's capabilities, convincing him of its potential value to Mussolini's war preparations. According to the most credible account, relayed by Dorothy herself and supported by Jack Warner, Mussolini advanced $40,000 to the de Frasso-Siegel-Bello group, inviting them to Italy for a further demonstration. The voyage to Europe was fraught with tension, with accusations of espionage and theft of the secret formula flying between the investors and Siegel, leading to a frosty reception upon their arrival in Rome. Amidst this intrigue, Dorothy confessed to Richard Gully her affection for Siegel, romantically comparing him to a knight of the Round Table, a stark contrast to his notorious reputation. Captivated by this notion, she whimsically decided to refer to Siegel as Bart, short for baronet, to align his image with that of nobility. This ruse continued as Siegel mingled with high society in the European spas, although England was not on his itinerary. Notable figures, including Benito Mussolini and exiled King Umberto II, were led to believe that Siegel hailed from an esteemed English family. This charade persisted until after World War II, when Elsa Maxwell, dining with King Umberto in France, revealed Siegel's identity as a major figure in Murder, Inc. This disclosure surprised Umberto, prompting him to lament the existence of such an organization, to which Elsa wryly noted that, ironically, the roots of this criminal enterprise traced back to Sicily. Elsa recounted how the former monarch laughed heartily when he realized how Countess de Frasso had fooled everyone. Unfortunately, Siegel's temporary prestige proved fruitless during the explosive demonstration. The specifics of the failure remain unknown. Siegel suspected either sabotage or that the inventors had sold the formula elsewhere. The demonstration fizzled out with merely a wisp of smoke, and the only significant loss was the $40,000 advance the Countess had already spent. Mussolini's response was swift: repay the money or face incarceration. The Countess complied, and the repercussions did not stop there. Mussolini seized the Villa Madama and insulted her further by housing Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's Minister of Propaganda, and Hermann Göring, the corpulent commander of the German Air Force. Siegel, vehemently anti-Nazi and Jewish, was incensed. One evening he confided to the Countess, "Look, Dottie, I saw you speaking with that detestable Göring. I'm going to kill him and that vile Goebbels." His words alarmed the Countess. "Ben," she exclaimed, "you can't do that." "Sure I can. It is an easy setup," Siegel retorted. However, the Countess cautioned him about the consequences, especially for Carlo, under Mussolini's hospitality. Siegel reluctantly dropped his lethal plan, a decision he would later regret, especially concerning Goebbels. Nevertheless, he witnessed Count de Frasso's peaceful demise, not by execution, but naturally in his sleep. The unpleasantness in Rome truncated what was meant to be an extended stay, prompting Siegel and the Countess to relocate to the French Riviera. There, at the Deauville Sporting Club, George Raft was spotted by Siegel while sitting at a chemin de fer table. A chip flew over Raft's shoulder, landing on the table, and he looked up to find Siegel grinning. "Hey, Georgie," Siegel chuckled. "What brings you here among these aristocrats?" "I'm courting Norma Shearer," replied Raft, "and this place is as good as any." Noticing Siegel's equally high-profile company, Raft teased, "You're in high society yourself, Ben. How long you're sticking around?" "Till Dottie wants to head home, I suppose," Siegel answered. However, just 2 days later, an urgent cable from New York changed everything. Siegel became visibly anxious and began packing hastily. By the time Raft looked for him, Siegel was gone. Though he never disclosed the reason for his sudden departure to his Hollywood friends, those in the mob understood the urgency. Harry Big Greenie Greenberg was threatening to turn informant, and Siegel knew he had to address the looming threat. The man who once organized crime now found himself in a maximum security prison, a place where the worst of the worst were sent. In the summer, it was too hot to breathe. In the winter, the wind from Canada covered the walls with thick layers of ice. To other inmates, this prison was known as Siberia. Luciano would call it home for the next 10 years. In my view, this was when Luciano's empire began to fall. You will hear it for yourselves as his time in jail goes on. Some of his men started showing disloyalty, some went abroad to conduct their business. Costello ran off to Louisiana. Vito ran off to Italy. Luciano was left alone in prison to handle his situation. And you will hear in his own words how his empire began to crumble while he was in jail. So if Charlie could not keep his empire under control while he was in jail, he stood no chance of controlling it when he was exiled to Italy. It is a fair point to make that, while in jail at the start of his sentence, Charlie did not know he was going to be exiled. But he should have known how hard it was to keep his empire under control while he was detained. To think he could do it all the way from Italy was simply mad. When the judge first told Luciano where he was going, it stunned him. When they told me I was going to Dannemora, I wasn't sure I'd be able to take it. It meant moving out of the Waldorf Towers into the gutter. The worst part was, we did not have no connections up there. And that meant I was going to be in for a real tough time, no matter how quickly Polakov could work the appeals and get me sprung. I was willing to put up $1 million bond, and I told them that as soon as I heard about Dannemora. But once they had me there, they weren't going to let me go. When Luciano was sentenced, he knew he was going down with good lawyers like Levy and Polakov by his side. Charlie would have most things sorted out before he started his sentence. He put most of his clothes in his brother's charge, as well as sorting out his finances and ensuring his family's safety. I felt like I was practically acting out my own will, and there's no feeling a person can ever have in his whole life as bad as that. My clothes and all my fancy stuff, I put everything in charge of my brother Bart, so he could put it all in storage and take care of my jewelry. I took care of Gay. She had been good to me the last few months, and she rated something. My family had to be protected, and I had to protect my own situation when it came to looking out for my dough, and what would be coming in while I was away, and if I were going to get it. I worked it all out with Lansky, and that is the point where Meyer became the real treasurer of the outfit. I put him in charge of my money, and later on, he started to take care of the finances of quite a few guys. Luciano would think about the first time he went to jail for the narcotics possession charge. He thought back to the days of Mr. Goodman and the advice he gave Charlie, how he told him he should do what the guards tell him to do, when they tell you, and behave himself and keep his head down. This helped Luciano to get through his time in jail, and he was hoping it would help him again. I remembered what Goodman told me 20 years before, the other time I was in the can. He said, "Do what they tell you, do not make no trouble." He was right, because they got you by the balls when you're in jail, and the way to get along is to follow orders. Otherwise, the only trouble you can make is for yourself. On my way up there, I made up my mind that I was going to be the best fucking prisoner in the place. It was one thing to go to jail when you were guilty of committing the crime. It is another thing to go to jail because of a frame-up, a setup which would lead to a massive political play. Charlie also had to blame himself for putting himself into a position of weakness. I couldn't get it out of my mind that I was being sent up the river on an out-and-out frame. It was there, 24 hours of every day. Me, Charlie Lucky, the big shot, caught in the net that was big enough to see coming a mile away, and I walked right into it with my eyes wide open. It was like a knife in my belly. Sometimes in those nights at Dannemora, I'd dream about that knife, and I'd wake up screaming because I could feel Dewey twisting it inside my gut, cutting me open. This would tear Luciano up, but he had to get past it, as he was in a tough environment surrounded by criminals who were looking for favors and weaknesses. Wherever I went in that place, practically from the first day I got there were always other cons after me, asking me to do them favors, to put in a good word with the guards or the warden. They all thought I was going to beat the rap, and I guess they wanted to make sure when I got out and they got out, that they could come to see me back in New York and I'd give them a hand. Out in the yard, Luciano acted like he was back at his Waldorf Towers apartment. He would hold meetings, talking to people who wanted to talk to him. He was always open to people, respectful, and willing to give a helping hand. But I was no king or any bullshit like that. I talked to anybody who wanted to talk to me, and I did what I could to help the guys who needed help. I was not looking to be the leader of Dannemora. It just happened. When a con was about to get out, he would come over to see me and ask for some names to see on the outside. As a matter of fact, we got quite a few good fellows for the outfit back in New York during the time I spent in that jail that way. Luciano was treated like a normal inmate. He was not given any favorable treatment. He was one of the most notorious convicts they ever had, and therefore eyes were always kept on him. He was just treated like another inmate, given no special treatment, and as soon as he was processed, he was assigned work in the laundry room, but for Luciano, which was going too far. Even though I made up my mind to be a guy who wouldn't cause any trouble, which was going too far. Back in '36, a prison laundry was not like a big laundromat. We did not have no electric machines, no air conditioning. There I am, in a place that is like a sweatbox, a boiler room, and I am supposed to wash and iron the shit all the other guys were wearing, like I was some kind of washerman. So, after a few weeks, I found out where to spread the dough around. A few bucks here and there, because what prison guard has more than a pot to piss in? And soon, I was up in the library, where it was clean, quiet, and I could do some real thinking and planning. After the bribes had been handled, Luciano did what anyone else would do in jail. He started trying to figure a way out. I really felt like I was in Siberia when it came to the strategy that Levy and Polakov were working on in Manhattan. It was the first time in all my years that I had no control and nothing to say about what was going on in my life. It was like I had claustrophobia. I felt closed in, not just because I was in prison, but because I was in solitary with no connection to the outside world, my world in Manhattan. He started to get his bearings in jail, but it would take another couple of weeks to get the bribes in effect, to a point where his men could see him at any time. Then it started to dawn on him that he might have to accept the inevitable fact that it was going to be more than a couple of months in jail. It started to fill him with rage and frustration. There he was in this library, and it started to dawn on him. Luciano started thinking about one of the smartest men he knew, a man who was a keen book reader, Meyer Lansky. Lansky always found a way out of tricky situations using books and knowledge. Charlie was in a library, and it was about time he started doing the same. There I was, surrounded by all of them books, and I started to think about Lansky, how Meyer was always walking around with a book stuck in his back pocket and his nose buried in another one. The son of a bitch was always reading, always learning something, mostly having to do with numbers. That's when I started reading. A smart tactic Luciano deployed was that he did not read law books. He already had the best lawyers in America doing that for him. He would look elsewhere for inspiration. I figured I was paying my lawyers plenty, so why the hell should I spend my time doing what I was paying them to do? So I started to read books on history and geography that had to do with America. No matter what anybody says, I was a good American, and I always think of myself as a good American. But I did not know shit about my country. I did not know where any place was. Sure, I knew Chicago and Miami and Hot Springs and Saratoga and all the towns in between, but I did not know much else. Before I went to Dannemora Library, if you asked me where Des Moines was, I could not tell you. And I read a lot about Sicily and Italy. I was born in Sicily, and I had a lot of relatives still living there, but I knew less about that place than I did about America. By the time I got out of the can, I knew more about the history of Sicily and Italy than a lot of college professors in the United States. At the start of his sentence, Luciano may not have known it, but that knowledge of Italy and Sicily was going to become extremely useful, especially when he got there in 1946. Charlie was unintentionally planning for his future, or at least studying it. He also mentioned the relatives he left back home. There was a sense of guilt, because as soon as Luciano landed in America, and when he started to get into the rackets, he simply forgot about Rotolo and all those guys. When Luciano landed in 1946, he would be greeted by Rotolo and his family and treated like royalty. Not because he was Mafia royalty, but because he was one of their relatives. The reading Luciano was doing in jail impressed visitors like Frank Costello. I was reading so much that one day, when Frank Costello came up to see me, and I started telling him about all the books I'm reading, Frank says to me, "Charlie, you are becoming a goddamn Sicilian Meyer Lansky. What do you think of that?" While locked up, Luciano would perfect certain skills he wished he had perfected while on the outside. Luciano would read and practice his penmanship, spending hour after hour writing carefully on his yellow-lined paper in his cell, painstakingly copying the forms in the penmanship books he took from the library. In later years, people who looked at his handwriting would see that type of penmanship that was taught in penmanship books from school. Luciano also acclimated himself to his surroundings. He was now able to summon certain people for visits. One thing Charlie Luciano missed the most was the rackets. He would read about them in the newspapers and simply missed taking part in them, or at least taking his cut of the profits. In prison, he could only assume he was getting his fair share. It was lousy, I was sitting up there in the library while down in New York and all over the country everybody was scoring big, and I could only hear about it and dream about it. I could taste it, but I could not swallow it. And I was pretty upset after a while when Lansky had not been up to see me for a couple of months. So I sent word, about Easter time in 1937, for him to come up right away. Instead of Lansky, Adonis came up, and he still wasn't so full of smiles. In the bleak shadows of his confinement, Luciano could only look on as the landscape of his criminal empire shifted in disconcerting ways. Meyer Lansky, his astute Jewish consigliere, had embarked on calculated moves of his own. A sense of foreboding had loomed since the days when the Bug and Meyer gang had disbanded, with Lansky and Benjamin-Siegal each charting their unique courses. Luciano had always recognized the perceptive brilliance of Meyer Lansky, the man who seemed to possess an uncanny ability to foresee the future. However, in the midst of his incarceration, Luciano found himself detached, unable to discern the shifting sands beneath his feet. His public image remained tarnished, an indelible stain from his association with heinous crimes. While deep down he harbored a sense of innocence, he understood that the public's perception would forever cast him as guilty. His release, if it ever materialized, would be an ascent akin to scaling a formidable mountain. Such an event, if it were to occur, would have to arise from unique circumstances that were not yet manifesting. The realization that Lansky saw his future elsewhere gnawed at him, and Luciano sensed that his own release would only reinforce the accuracy of Lansky's vision. Though Lansky remained outwardly loyal for a time, the signs of his divergence had become increasingly apparent. It was Joe Adonis who finally broke the disconcerting news to Luciano, revealing that Meyer Lansky had pressing business elsewhere. Luciano, infuriated by the perceived deceit, demanded an explanation. Adonis, hesitatingly, disclosed the truth, unraveling the enigmatic web of Lansky's plans. The revelation marked a turning point, leaving Luciano to grapple with the dawning realization that even his most trusted allies had their own paths to follow. Joe Adonis told Luciano, "Lansky's down in Havana. I got word yesterday that he made a deal with Batista, and he's got control of the casino at the Hotel Nacional. So far, nobody knows who gets what." Lansky was in dangerous waters. He had to be careful. Luciano told Adonis to get the message to him. Luciano demanded to see Lansky right away.
When Joe Adonis told me that, I was pretty pissed off. It was hard for me to believe, after Alaska and all that stuff, that Meyer still couldn't do anything so stupid to go out on his own, like a sitting duck. So I told Joe Adonis not to jump to no conclusions, and to pass the word around for everybody to hold their water, and to get in touch with Lansky and tell him to get his ass up to Dannemora right away.
Within a week, Meyer Lansky paid a visit to Luciano in prison, a calculated move to address the impending changes within their shared world of organized crime. Lansky brought along Polakov, one of Luciano's lawyers, whose presence added an air of legitimacy to their clandestine meeting. Polakov assumed a silent vigil in the corner of the room, an observer of the unfolding conversation. As Luciano greeted his old friend with a warm smile, there was a palpable sense of camaraderie between them. His voice bore no traces of malice when he inquired, "What's it all about, little man?" In this moment, Luciano chose to give Meyer the benefit of the doubt, waiting for the revelation that had brought them together. Meyer locked eyes with Luciano, and with a weighty sigh he began to speak. "Joe Adonis told me you wouldn't yell. And I should have known better than to think you would. The Cuba deal is good for everybody, just the way we talked about it 4 years ago. The only thing that's mine is a deal I made in Havana for Sugar, and that goes to Molaska. You have a peace of mind, Charlie. I never wanted it any other way. About Batista, it's the best thing that ever happened to us. I've got him in my pocket, whether he is a president or he puts somebody else in, no matter what happens. He belongs to us. I handle all his money, every dollar, every peso he takes on. I'm handling the transfer to his account in Switzerland." Charlie sensed the wheels of change turning long before Meyer began to speak. Or perhaps he couldn't help but wonder if this was merely another chapter in Meyer's intricate playbook of potential betrayals. As Lansky commenced their conversation, he veered down the path of compliments and flattery, beginning with none other than their old acquaintance, BenjaminSiegal. The praise he lavished upon Benjamin's charm and charisma, likening him to a Hollywood star, was noted by Luciano, a shrewd observer who had learned to decipher the undercurrents of such conversations. The growing chasm between Lansky and Siegel was evident. They had embarked on divergent paths in the quest for wealth and power, with Benjamin relocating to Los Angeles, where he had become a pivotal figure in the organization's West Coast endeavors. The shifting dynamics within their circle of trust left Luciano contemplating the deeper implications of Meyer's words, a reflection of the intricate and evolving relationships that bound them all. Meyer told Luciano about Benjamin. But he's no movie star, and he's beginning to act like one out there. If he was just using his new friends, all these movie people, as a front, I could understand. But he ain't. He's really playing the part of a Hollywood big shot, and just no good for a guy who should be handling our private business. I'm saying this now because I got a feeling that someday Bugsy's is going to be a serious problem. Luciano's keen observations extended to the behavior of BenjaminSiegal, but the conversation inevitably drifted to another prominent figure in their world, Vito Genovese. With Thomas Dewey's relentless pursuit persisting, Vito found himself under mounting pressure. The spectre of imprisonment, or even the ominous prospect of the electric chair, loomed like a dark cloud over his head. Genovese, growing increasingly paranoid about his precarious position, reached a critical decision. Fearing the dire consequences of staying on American soil, he sought refuge in another country, and made a plea to Meyer Lansky for assistance. Luciano, the ever-strategic thinker, responded to Vito's request through Lansky, his words carrying the weight of authority as he contemplated the complicated web of alliances and dangers that surrounded them all.
Lansky knew I hated the little bastard's guts, and I hated the way he kept playing around with junk in spite of every warning I give him, and maybe we would all be better off if we let the cops get rid of him for us. But I told Meyer I still couldn't bring myself to give the order. To let him go to the chair, I still couldn't forget that he helped to make a lot of things possible for everybody, with what he's done for all of us with Masseria and Maranzano and important jobs like that. Meyer started to argue with me, but I stopped him cold. I said no, he can go to Europe and take anything with him and that he wants to, for I don't want him floating around, no place but Italy. Tell him to stay there and keep his nose clean.
The message got back to Vito Genovese.
Meyer took the message back, and Vito left New York with $2 million in cash to work out a deal with contacts in Naples that he made a few years before to bring the money to Italy in a big suitcase that would never be opened when he went through customs. He also brought a house in the Jersey Highlands for his wife Anna, on account of she had to stay behind until he could see what was doing in Italy, and he left $250,000 in a vault in the Manufacturers Trust Company Bank on Fifth Avenue with 2 keys, one of them for Anna, and the other he gave to Steve France, one of the few guys in the world Vito trusted.
Luciano's astute assessment of Vito Genovese didn't stop his paranoia, but delved into the realm of his intellectual limitations. While Vito had a voracious appetite for newspapers, his interests were notably myopic. He confined his reading solely to matters pertaining to the criminal underworld and the affairs of the organization, demonstrating a stark disinterest in global events. The tumultuous war unfolding in Europe, with its profound implications related to fascism, Nazism, and the ominous rise of Hitler, remained beyond the periphery of Vito's awareness. His focus was resolutely centered on the criminal domain, a characteristic that Luciano couldn't help but acknowledge as both a vulnerability and a testament to the peculiar complexity of their world.
When Vito left, I'm positive up to the minute, the only thing he ever read in the papers was about him, well, maybe what was going on in our outfit. I don't think he knew a thing about Hitler or the problems in Europe. He just knew that Mussolini was a big shot in Italy, and little Vito had already made his good connection, so that everything could be nice and easy for him until things cooled off in New York and he could come back.
Luciano kept a very close eye on what Benjamin was getting up to. However, he still supported his old friend in his business ventures. Charlie kept true to his word, always feeling that men like Lansky, Tommy L. Genovese, Joe Adonis, and other members of his outfit had been extremely loyal to him since his early days. Therefore, at the top, they all received an equal share as business partners. Despite this, most of these men were now on their own paths, carving out their trajectories. Benjamin, the youngest, was starting to cause a lot of issues, but he still had the heavy hitters in organized crime backing him. The heavy hitters were referred to as the Big Six. The Big Six consisted of the men who were part of the Atlantic City Convention, though the names changed over time, especially after Prohibition ended. Eventually, the list included Frank Costello, known as the Prime Minister of the Underworld, Charlie Lucky Luciano, Vito Genovese, BenjaminSiegal, Meyer Lansky, and Frank the Enforcer Nitti, the true boss of the entire Chicago outfit and a close associate of Al Capone. As tensions between Benjamin and Mickey Cohen started to increase, various members of organized crime began to get involved, trying to manage the brewing conflict and save Benjamin from more embarrassment. Mickey Cohen had made a fool of the legendary Ben Siegel, and rumors quickly spread throughout town. Some speculated that Mickey would be the one to end Siegel, while others predicted his imminent demise. Following their initial confrontation, Mickey received word that Siegel wanted a second meeting. Accompanied by Joe Seeker, a notorious thug from New Jersey known for his violent criminal history, Mickey headed to the designated location, an office building situated above a pawn shop run by a small-time Hollywood mobster. The office was plain, flanked by two burly guards sitting on wooden chairs. Inside, Ben Siegel waited with a scowl, accompanied by Jack Dragner, the formidable mob boss of Los Angeles. The conversation echoed their previous encounter. Mickey steadfastly refused to return the stolen money and jewels. As they left, Dragner ominously hinted at dire consequences, but nothing came of it. Mickey, interpreting Siegel's restraint as cowardice, failed to recognize it as a strategic choice to avoid unwanted police attention. This lack of discretion, favoring public bravado over subtlety, would later contribute to Mickey's downfall. At the time, Siegel was unaware of Mickey's penchant for publicity. He saw Mickey as a resilient fighter, exactly the kind of man he needed for his ambitious plans in California. A key component of these plans involved the lucrative race wire service, essential for bookies across the country who depended on timely racing information to operate. The premier service when Siegel moved to the West Coast was the Continental Press Service, run out of Chicago by James Reagan. Senior bookies from Chicago to Los Angeles paid hefty fees for this information, generating substantial profits for Reagan and attracting the envy of the Capone syndicate. In response, Siegel and Dragner established the Trans-America Service, targeting western states, with Mo Sedway handling sales. Mickey shared an anecdote illustrating Siegel's tactics. Siegel once approached him alone and unarmed, in good spirits, discussing the expansion of Trans-America Service. However, he faced resistance from Russell Leonard Brophy, the Los Angeles manager for Continental, who defiantly rejected Siegel's overtures. While in New York, such insolence would have been met with violence. The Los Angeles environment required a more calculated approach. Recognizing Mickey's reputation for strong-arm tactics, Siegel enlisted his help to intimidate Brophy, stopping just short of lethal force, a strategy aligning with the subtler needs of their operations in the West. One fateful morning at Brophy's headquarters, Mickey Cohen and Joe Seeker forcefully bypassed the receptionist and barged into the telegraph room. With calculated destruction, they severed one wire after another. When Brophy emerged from his office to intervene, Mickey struck him with the butt of his pistol. The assault escalated as Mickey and Seeker continued to beat Brophy until he was barely conscious before nonchalantly walking out. The incident led to their arrest, and at their trial, both were handed suspended sentences and fines. Siegal paid $200, while Mickey was fined only $100. Curious about the discrepancy in their fines years later, Dean Jennings asked Mickey about it. With a mischievous smile, he quipped, "I guess I only hit him $100 worth." But the damage had been done. Brophy was effectively put out of business. Afterwards, Mickey worked closely with Siegal, though not in the traditional sense. "I had a piece of everything," he explained. "Ben was the boss, sure, but he never gave me direct orders. I stayed mostly undercover, but I did the necessary work." Whether Mickey ever committed murders for Siegal remains unknown, but his background in the violent streets of Chicago equipped him for any task. Mickey's penchant for trouble had made him the target of multiple murder attempts. When the problem of Harry Big Greenie Greenberg arose, Siegal initially considered Mickey for the job. However, concerns about Mickey's inability to remain discreet led to the decision that the hitman would need to be sourced from the East Coast. Greenberg's fate seemed sealed by his unfortunate stars. A semi-literate Polish immigrant with a clumsy build and a penchant for trouble. He had worked for the notorious Louis Lepke Buchhalter, often called upon to handle volatile labor disputes with his formidable physical prowess. After a decade with Lepke, Greenberg was detained by government agents in Brooklyn and put on a freighter bound for Poland for deportation. However, he never reached his homeland. He escaped his guards and swam ashore before the ship docked in France, hiding out in Europe for months. Eventually, he surfaced in a German seaport, worked as a deckhand on a freighter bound for Canada, and snuck into Montreal. When his funds dwindled to nothing after a gambling spree, he reached out to a friend in New York, hinting at his readiness to expose the mob unless Lepke sent him money. The decision among the mob to eliminate him was unanimous. Lepke and Mendy Weiss tasked Albert Ali Tannenbaum and Jack Cuppy Migden with executing Greenberg. They traveled to Montreal, staying at the Windsor Hotel while investigating Greenberg's whereabouts. Months later, Greenberg turned up in Hollywood, and his presence was reported to Siegal by underworld informants. Siegal then traveled east for meetings with prominent mob figures, orchestrating the hit under aliases and moving discreetly between hotels. The execution plan involved Tannenbaum flying to Los Angeles with 2 firearms packed by Sidney "Shimmy" Salz, one of Zwillman's men. After purchasing ammunition in Philadelphia, Tannenbaum boarded a plane to Los Angeles, prepared to carry out the grim task assigned by Siegal. Frankie Carbo, an emerging force in the crooked boxing world, met Ali Tannenbaum at Burbank Airport. Carbo, showcasing early signs of the ruthless demeanor that would later define his career, drove Tannenbaum to his apartment at Villa d'Italia. Soon after, Ben Siegal arrived and received the package containing guns and bullets. On the evening of November 22nd, Siegal and Carbo enlisted a young, tough Whitey Krawcow to procure a getaway car. Krawcow obtained a black Mercury, hot-wired it, and removed its license plates before parking it near Carbo's apartment. That night, Siegal orchestrated the logistics. "I'm going to get in my car with Frankie. It is a 1939 Buick convertible, parked right in front of the Mercury. Follow us, and when we get near Greenie's place, I will stop, and we will switch cars." Siegal drove to a spot 2 blocks from Greenberg's location on Vista Del Mar and switched to the Mercury with Carbo. He instructed Tannenbaum, "When we get to Greenie's, we will turn both cars around and head out. That is a dead-end street, and I do not want to get trapped. You take the Buick and be the crash car. If anybody chases us after we hit Greenie, you know what to do." With the car lights off, Siegal and Carbo waited. Tannenbaum idled nearby in the Buick. Soon, Harry Greenberg arrived, driving an old Ford convertible coupe with yellow wire wheels, and parked. The attack was swift and silent. The Mercury's door flung open and gunshots shattered the night. Greenberg was struck repeatedly and slumped over the steering wheel. Siegel and Carbo quickly fled in the Mercury, turning on the headlights only a block away, with Tannenbaum following closely. The group stopped several blocks away on a quiet residential street beneath a large elm. Here, a third car, a Buick driven by Siegel's acquaintance, Champ Siegel, pulled up. Siegel, unwittingly caught in the plot, told Tannenbaum, "Ali, Champ has to go to San Francisco and he'll drive you there." They drove all night along the coastal route, arriving at the Empire Hotel in San Francisco by 7 a.m. After Champ returned to Los Angeles, Tannenbaum rested briefly before catching a United Airlines flight back to Philadelphia, effectively closing the chapter on Big Greenie. The reasons behind Siegel's direct involvement in the murder remain speculative. It could have been a calculated move to reassert his dominance within the syndicate after years away from direct enforcement actions. However, this decision to personally execute Greenberg proved to be a critical error, inviting nothing but trouble for Siegel in the ensuing years. While Luciano was locked up, Meyer Lansky started making moves on his own. Joe Adonis broke the news to Luciano, revealing that Lansky had made a deal with Batista and taken control of the casino at the Hotel Nacional in Havana. This move had been a long time since the Bug and Meyer gang broke up. Luciano always knew to keep an eye on Lansky. But now, from behind bars, he had no idea what his consigliere was up to. Meyer Lansky had a knack for seeing the future, a trait Luciano sometimes struggled with, especially when it came to his own situation. Luciano had been charged with some of the most heinous crimes in American history, and was officially known as a pimp and a man involved in a despicable racket. Despite feeling innocent, he was always going to be guilty in the public's view. His release would be like climbing a mountain, requiring exceptional circumstances that were not currently happening. So, Meyer began plotting for his own future. Joe Adonis reluctantly explained Lansky's activities to a furious Luciano. "Lansky's down in Havana. I got word yesterday that he made a deal with Batista and he has control of the casino at the Hotel Nacional," Adonis revealed. Luciano, incredulous and angry, demanded to see Lansky right away. "When Joe A. told me that, I was pretty pissed off," Luciano shouted. "It was hard for me to believe, after Malaska and all that stuff, that Meyer could still do something so stupid as to go out on his own, like a sitting duck." Within a week, Lansky visited Luciano in prison, bringing along Polakov, one of Luciano's lawyers. Luciano greeted Meyer with a smile and asked, "What's it all about, little man?" Meyer, looking Luciano in the eye, explained, "Joe A. told me you wouldn't yell. And I should have known better than to think you would. The Cuba deal is good for everybody, just the way we talked about it 4 years ago. The only thing that is mine is a deal made in Havana for sugar, and that goes to Malaska. You have a peace of mind, Charlie. I never wanted it any other way. About Batista, it is the best thing that ever happened to us. I have him in my pocket, whether he is president or put somebody else in, no matter what happens. He belongs to us. I handle all his money. Every dollar, every peso he takes in, I'm handling the transfer to his account in Switzerland." Charlie knew the situation was evolving. This was Meyer laying the groundwork for an ultimate betrayal. Meyer also mentioned another old friend, BenjaminSiegal, complimenting him but warning about his behavior. But he's no movie star, and he's beginning to act like one out there. If he were just using his new friends, all these movie people, as a front, I could understand. But he ain't. He is really playing the part of a Hollywood big shot, and that is no good for a guy who should be handling our private business. I'm saying this now because I got a feeling that someday Bugsy is going to be a serious problem. Luciano took note of BenjaminSiegal's behavior. Speaking about friends, the name Vito Genovese popped up. Dewey had not stopped chasing Luciano and his men. he turned his focus onto Vito. Genovese became increasingly paranoid that he might go to prison, or worse, face the electric chair. Vito sent word through Lansky, asking for permission to leave the country. Luciano said, "Lansky knew I hated the little bastard's guts, and I hated the way he kept playing around with junk in spite of every warning I gave him. We would all be better off if we let the cops get rid of him for us." But I told Meyer I still could not bring myself to give the order to let him go to the chair. I still could not forget that he helped to make a lot of things possible for everybody, with what he has done for all of us with Masseria and Maranzano and important jobs like that. Meyer started to argue with me, but I stopped him cold. I said, "No, he can go to Europe and take anything with him that he wants to. But I do not want him floating around. No place but Italy. Tell him to stay there and keep his nose clean." The message got back to Vito Genovese. Meyer took the message back, and Vito left New York with $2 million in cash to work out a deal with contacts in Naples. He brought the money to Italy in a big suitcase that would never be opened when he went through customs. He also bought a house in the Jersey Highlands for his wife, Anna, and left $250,000 in a vault in the Manufacturers Trust Company Bank on Fifth Avenue, with 2 keys, one for Anna and the other he gave to Steve France, one of the few guys Vito trusted. Luciano pointed out another one of Vito Genovese's weaknesses. When Vito left, I'm positive, up to the minute, the only thing he ever read in the papers was about him, well, maybe what was going on in our outfit. I do not think he knew a thing about Hitler or the problems in Europe. He just knew that Mussolini was a big shot in Italy, and little Vito had already made his good connections so that everything could be nice and easy for him until things cooled off in New York and he could come back. Before Luciano settled that meeting, certain things had to be dealt with. He felt his lawyer Polakov did not do an excellent job. In fact, he was not impressed at all. Even though Polakov was a great lawyer, Charlie reached out to the heavyweights and some extra help was brought in. One of the lawyers close to Frank Costello was named George Wolfe, one of the best lawyers in America at that time. George Wolfe was a ruthless lawyer who went the extra mile for his contacts. He was a good lawyer simply because he had powerful contacts in powerful places, and a lot of powerful people owed him a lot of favors. Therefore, the money Luciano was paying, plus his expenses, was all worth it because he was going to start pulling on those strings to get Luciano out of prison. It would take some time, but George was now starting to join his team, and he was going to make sure that Luciano got out. He would start laying the foundations, hammering away at the holes in his case. I thought Levy did a lousy job. I paid him a fortune to top Dewey, and he gave me as much showmanship as an Oyster Bay flounder. So we switched to the best, George Wolfe. He cost me over $90,000 plus expenses just to handle an appeal. But I can't argue because he eventually dug up the one piece of ammunition I needed to get out of Dannemora and get free. As Luciano faced the second wave of attacks on his empire, he entrusted his lawyers with an open checkbook to mount his appeal. Wolfe zeroed in on the prosecution's mistakes during the original trial. There were several major errors, but the higher courts rejected the appeal. The legal team then sought another mode of attack. Due to public opinion and the horrific charges against Luciano, they had to move slowly and cautiously. The judge, aware of the dangers these men posed, warned against intimidating witnesses and other forms of coercion. If Luciano's lawyers misstepped, the entire effort could collapse. I've been yelling at Polakov that he and Georgie had to find a way to get them lying broads to tell the truth, that they were the key to any chance we had, Luciano shouted in frustration. Polakov reported that the women seemed to have disappeared. Furious, Luciano retorted, "What the hell am I paying you guys for? Use whatever dough you need. Get detectives. Get 100 detectives. I don't give a shit, but find them broads." Luciano suggested an unlikely ally for the hunt, Meyer Lansky. With Lansky's extensive contacts across the United States, Cuba, and Europe, he was well positioned to locate the women. For Christ's sake, Meyer, we got enough guys around on the street to be able to locate anybody. I want you to drop everything you're doing. Do not bother about nothing else, but find them broads, Luciano commanded. The search spanned the entire country with no luck until a breakthrough in late 1938. Through questionable means, Lansky's network intercepted a letter from Cokie Flo Brown, postmarked from Paris, France. The letter revealed that the women were given an all-expenses-paid trip to Europe, but were running out of money and were under constant surveillance by Dewey's men. This revelation prompted Luciano's lawyers to travel to Paris. Polikoff later claimed that no pressure was applied, only a friendly ear was offered to the women. The women signed affidavits recanting their testimonies, admitting they lied under Dewey's script in exchange for immunity and a vacation. Another critical testimony came from Joe Bendix, who felt double-crossed by Dewey after not receiving a reduced sentence. Bendix offered to testify about how Dewey fed him a script. Mo came up and told me about the affidavit and said he was going to reorganize our appeal. I felt I could start packing my stuff and be back home in New York in no time, Luciano recalled with hope. However, Dewey attacked Luciano's character, calling him a dangerous hoodlum. The United States Supreme Court refused to entertain the appeal, and Luciano's lawyers had to break the news to him. Polikoff came up to Dannemora to tell me the news. We met in the visitors' room, and Mo did not look so good. He was white and shaking. He said to me, "Charlie, I've got bad news for you." I said to him, "What happened?" And Mo said, "They turned down your appeal, Charlie." Luciano was stunned. I still didn't get just what he was talking about, and I asked him again what he meant. He told me that it was the end of the line, at least for a while, that the court had turned down the appeal because they just didn't believe the affidavits. Charlie never expected a loss like this and was not emotionally prepared. I was knocked over. I just wished the whole floor would open and swallow me. I could not see no hope. It was all black, like not even a tiny small light anyplace. That must be the way a guy feels all of a sudden he goes blind. Despite the setback, Luciano found solace in Polikoff's honesty and determination. Naturally, Mo tried to make me feel better. He told me they would not stop working, but he warned me that it was not going to be easy, that the whole thing was never easy from the beginning. Just like he said up in my apartment when we had the meeting with all the guys, he was right. Then and there, I had the most respect for Polikoff. This confidence in his legal team would eventually pay off. However, it was not his lawyers who would secure his freedom, but his friends, including Albert Anastasia. But for now, Luciano still had hope in his lawyers, knowing he was staying in prison. Back in my cell, I looked at the bars, and I wondered if I'd ever see them from the outside instead of the inside, Luciano pondered, the weight of his predicament sinking in. In the summer of 1933, 17-year-old Oni Virginia Hill arrived in Chicago. Standing 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighing 110 pounds, she had green-grey eyes and hair that was not auburn. Virginia was undeniably beautiful, a beauty marked by a hint of wariness, like a wild creature cautiously negotiating its own terms of domestication. Despite her rough background, she possessed a surprising amount of poise. Born on August 26, 1916, in Lipscomb, Alabama, Virginia was one of 10 children in the Hill family. Her father, Mac Willis Hill, a lean marble cutter and horse trader, was known for his terrific trading skills and volatile temper. Virginia's mother, Margaret Hill, left the family when Virginia was young, thrusting her into the role of caretaker for her siblings. As she gained notoriety among Broadway columnists, Virginia spun tales about an early elopement with a fictional George Rogers, who left her a $50,000 inheritance, none of which was true. Virginia left Alabama just before turning 17, bound for Chicago. At that time, the city was buzzing with excitement. Mae West was captivating audiences in She Done Him Wrong. Primo Carnera had just claimed the heavyweight boxing title. Prohibition was ending, and the World's Fair was in full swing. Virginia secured a job as a waitress at the fairgrounds, where she met Joe Epstein, a myopic accountant linked to a betting house. He set her up in a modest, lakefront apartment, where Virginia honed her culinary skills, impressing figures like Joe Adonis, Ben Siegel, George Raft, and others. Back in Alabama, her father could not fathom that Virginia's cooking was in demand, believing instead she had been misled into unsavory activities. He sent the police to find her, though they were unsuccessful. Virginia spoke openly about this episode during her television appearance before Senator Estes Kefauver's committee investigating organized crime, admitting she did not return home until she was of legal age. Virginia's life in Chicago was like a modern Cinderella story, replete with persistent legends. One such tale involved her attending a party draped in a silver fox cape and a diamond pendant, gifts from her two simultaneous suitors, Joe Epstein and Major Arterburn Riddle. The latter, an Indianapolis native, had once made and lost a fortune by the age of 26. The playful exchange at the party, whether true or embellished, highlighted Virginia's allure and the lavish attention she commanded from her admirers. Major Arterburn Riddle, who owned trucking companies, racehorses under the Greengrass stables, served as president of Riddle Oil Company, and held an interest in the Plantation Club, a gambling venue in Moline, Illinois, entered Virginia Hill's life sometime after Joe Epstein began supporting her in 1934. Their connection was immediately profound. They met in Miami Beach by mutual agreement and spent an idyllic 6 weeks together. Virginia claimed that Riddle contributed the first 9 pelts for her sable coat, although Riddle himself later denied gifting them, admitting only to covering their extravagant Miami expenses and replenishing Virginia's wardrobe. Their relationship continued intermittently for about 18 months, during which they endured a harrowing incident in a Chicago penthouse. One evening, as they enjoyed the privacy of an entire floor, 2 gunmen burst in. One assailant pressed a gun into Riddle's ribs, robbing him of $100,000. Virginia, outraged by the violation, recognized one of the assailants as a member of the Capone gang, vowing revenge, though it never came to fruition. Such internal disputes typically remained unreported, leaving the victims to either negotiate privately or seek retribution independently. Virginia's return to Alabama was marked by a triumphant display. She arrived driving a brand new LaSalle convertible, her appearance dazzling with shimmering silk stockings, a luxurious fur neckpiece, and an array of jewels reminiscent of a Reno pawn shop's inventory. This visit contradicted the disparaging narrative once penned by Broadway columnist Lee Mortimer, who had claimed Virginia had never owned shoes until moving to Chicago, a statement she deeply resented. During her visit, she generously provided shoes, stockings, and jewelry for her sisters, and none questioned her moral integrity. She also brought gifts for her mother, who had relocated to Marietta, Georgia, to escape the oppressive household. Virginia's visit was brief. She was there just long enough to ensure her family's well-being and to help her younger brother Chick prepare to leave. She was determined that Chick would not end up like their father, a sentiment that shaped his future profoundly. Despite learning the hard realities of life through experiences across multiple regions and cultures, Chick's journey was filled with challenges and close calls with danger. Back in Chicago, Virginia's lifestyle was funded by the ample proceeds from Epstein and the lucrative bookie operations. Yet, despite the continuous flow of money, Virginia was not driven by financial gain alone. Her actions were not transactional. She neither loved for money nor harbored grudges for profit. By July 1938, Virginia and Chick found themselves in Los Angeles, having recently visited Mexico, a country that embraced them and provided a sense of security Virginia felt was unattainable in the United States. This international experience marked a pivotal moment in her life, symbolizing her broadening horizons beyond the confines of her tumultuous past. In the beginning, Chick fondly remembered their initial foray into Mexico, captivated by the vibrant culture, the colors, the music, the food, and the easygoing mañana attitude. "We ate hot peppers, the way other kids eat peanuts," he reminisced, noting they kept them in the glove compartment for a quick wake-up on long drives, a habit he maintained on night travels. After their exploratory trip, Virginia and Chick settled into an apartment at 4071 Havenhurst Street in Hollywood. Virginia naturally gravitated towards the local Mexican spots, like the Serape Club. There, she was captivated by Carlos Gonzalez Valdez, a charismatic rumba dancer. Impulsively, she had him summoned to her table right after his performance. That very night, Valdez ended up in her bedroom, staying for 2 weeks until his nightclub gig ended. They reunited in Mexico months later, and on December 7, 1938, found themselves on a plane from Mexico City to Chicago, with a stop in Brownsville, Texas. At Brownsville, government agents bluntly inquired if Virginia had been intimating Valdez. Maintaining her composure, she denied the accusations. However, Valdez, separated and questioned, admitted to their relationship, but was shocked at the suggestion that she might be a prostitute, vehemently denying it. Despite his defense, Valdez was denied entry into the U.S. for moral turpitude, marking a rare occasion where Virginia faced such a specific consequence for her actions. Reflecting on this later, Virginia Riley noted the irony of the virginity standard, suggesting few would qualify for entry into the U.S. if that were a requirement. By January 13, 1939, a month after the incident, she returned to her family in a defiant mood and hastily married a local named Leon Ozzie Griffin. Virginia later embellished Ozzie's background, claiming he was an all-American halfback and that he had given her a substantial settlement upon their quick annulment, a tale that went unchallenged until the early 50s, when the government scrutinized her narrative more closely. Chick described the marriage as a whimsical Sunday picnic romance. Puzzled by Virginia's impulsiveness, spurred by frustration from the Brownsville debacle. Despite the brief marriage, Joe Epstein remained unwavering in his support, continually sending Virginia money through various means, including telegraph and cash-filled airmail letters. In 1939, Virginia and Chick split their time between California and Mexico, where Virginia formed a close bond with Maria Rosa Lopez Negrete, a member of a prominent and affluent Mexican family, deepening her connection to the country and its people. Through her connection with Maria Negrete, Virginia Hill became acquainted with influential Mexican figures, including politicians, army officers, diplomats, and police officials. Among them, the Mexican Minister of Finance and Major Luis Amezcua, who served as military aide to President Miguel Alemán, became her lovers. As Virginia faced mounting legal pressures and the threat of imprisonment, these powerful connections would prove invaluable, offering her considerable support and taking significant risks to assist her. Meanwhile, Virginia maintained her romantic involvement with Carlos Valdez, who was living in Nuevo Laredo and running a nightclub called Las Palmas, with his brother, Adolfo. Tensions between the brothers were high, leading Carlos to seek a new life in the United States. However, his initial attempt to cross the border in Laredo on January 12, 1940, was thwarted due to the prior incident recorded at Brownsville, leading to his denial of entry. Driven by frustration and determination, Virginia returned to Nuevo Laredo 9 days after Carlos's failed entry attempt and married him. As her husband, Carlos was better positioned to contest the immigration authorities' previous decisions, and together they managed to enter the United States. Despite their union, their time together in the U.S. was sporadic. They only traveled together when it suited Virginia's plans. Typically, Carlos would perform at nightclubs across the country, engagements often arranged by Virginia herself as his manager. During these times, Virginia would frequently vanish, pursuing her own interests. The relationship took a dramatic turn when Carlos was performing in a New York nightclub. Virginia visited him in his dressing room between shows with good news about another booking. Speaking in Spanish, she instructed him to sign at the dotted line on a document she presented. Trusting Virginia implicitly and unable to read English, Carlos signed without question. Only later did he realize that the document was not a contract for another dance performance, but an agreement for an uncontested divorce. Virginia had effectively ended their marriage, leaving him bewildered and alone as she headed back to Hollywood, dismissing their shared history as too insubstantial for her grander ambitions. Carlos Valdez never saw Virginia Hill again, left only with the memory of their brief and tumultuous partnership. Virginia Hill was destined to etch her name into the annals of history as a pivotal figure in the glittering world of gambling. BenjaminSiegal, though shrewd, merely shadowed the colossal endeavors of Meyer Lansky. Lansky, a veritable titan of strategy, operated on an industrial scale. His genius was boundless, foreseeing the ebb and flow of fortunes with an almost clairvoyant precision. As the winds of prohibition gusted, these visionaries were already plotting their next grand play. The speakeasies of New York, cloaked behind unassuming bakeries and accessed through labyrinthine passages, became the crucibles of an emerging empire. Here, the elite and their progeny, great-grandchildren of America's founding families, indulged in clandestine revelries, squandering their inherited fortunes. Lansky and his contemporaries, including icons like Lucky Luciano, Frank Costello, and Joe Adonis, not only dominated these hidden havens, but also began infusing them with the thrills of gambling. Slot machines clinked, roulette wheels spun, and fortunes were wagered in the dimly lit back rooms of the city. Amid this underworld, Lansky's sharp eyes were ever observant, studying the artistry of gambling cheats. He wasn't just learning, he was mastering and manipulating. Under his vigilant watch, his casinos became paragons of fairness, a gambler's utopia where every deal was above board, and the only risks were those taken at the tables. But Lansky's strategy didn't stop at fair play. He weaponized the very cheats who once preyed upon casinos. These skilled deceivers were unleashed upon his rivals, crippling their operations and leaving them with no recourse but to seek Lansky's mercy. Across America, the gambling landscape was transforming. From the sawdust-strewn floors of working-class joints to the opulent carpet joints that entertained the masses with a cocktail of entertainment, alcohol and vice, Lansky's influence was omnipresent. Yet it was Benjamin "Bugsy" Siegel who envisioned the future of American gambling. He grasped that a casino was not just a place to gamble, but a sanctuary where patrons could lose themselves day and night. Integrating hotels and non-stop entertainment, Siegel transformed Las Vegas into a bastion of hedonism, a perpetual playground where the dice rolled and the party never ended. In this neon oasis, Lansky's empire reached its zenith, reshaping the American dream into a tableau of tantalizing temptation and limitless possibility. The proliferation of carpet joints throughout the United States during and following Prohibition reflects a significant era in American history, where the interplay between desire, legality, and entertainment became starkly visible. These establishments not only offered a combination of dining, entertainment, and illicit gambling, but they also served as cultural hubs that illustrated the American public's nuanced relationship with the law and the pursuit of pleasure. Carpet joints catered to an audience that relished stepping outside the bounds of everyday legality, embodying the allure of a nightlife that thrived on the edge of the law. This escape into a world where the thrill of gambling merged with the charm of social dining and live entertainment was not merely a form of rebellion, it was a profound cultural phenomenon. It highlighted a period where societal norms were contested and renegotiated, reflecting deeper currents of change in American social attitudes. The emergence of these venues was intricately linked to the socio-economic conditions of the time. Post-Prohibition America was marked by the Great Depression, a period of profound economic distress. Carpet joints offered a semblance of hope and excitement, a temporary escape from the harsh realities of everyday life. Their strategic locations, often on the outskirts of towns or across state lines, exploited legal loopholes and jurisdictions less stringent about gambling laws, illustrating a savvy manipulation of the period's legal complexities. Figures like Meyer Lansky were instrumental in shaping the landscape of illegal gambling in America. Lansky, with his profound understanding of both the legal system and the underworld's mechanics, capitalized on the era's challenges to expand his operations significantly. His ventures were not isolated. They were part of a broader network of organized crime that skillfully navigated and sometimes directly influenced local and national laws. The local economies often saw these joints as dual-edged swords. On one hand, they brought in substantial revenue and helped prop up struggling local economies. On the other hand, they introduced or exacerbated issues related to crime and moral decay. The interactions between these establishments and their communities were complex, involving negotiations that sometimes led to local authorities turning a blind eye due to economic incentives. The story of carpet joints is also a narrative about the evolution of American legal and moral standards. These establishments prompted shifts in law enforcement strategies, legislative adjustments, and changes in public perceptions about gambling and entertainment. The legal battles and adjustments around these joints presaged later national shifts towards gambling legalization and regulation. The legacy of carpet joints, from their heyday in the shadow of prohibition to their influence on contemporary entertainment and legal landscapes, underscores a pivotal period in American history. They were more than mere venues for illegal activity. They were crucibles where the boundaries of legality, entertainment, and morality were tested and transformed. As America moved through economic recovery and into a period of post-war prosperity, the lessons and legacies of these establishments continued to influence both the legal frameworks and the cultural norms of the nation. These developments reflect a broader trend toward the integration of entertainment, dining, and gaming in single venues, enhancing customer retention and creating a more immersive and attractive experience. The case of Potatoes Kaufman, Jimmy Blue Eyes, and Meyer Lansky in Hallendale during the mid-30s provides a microcosm of the transformation of illegal gambling from a clandestine activity to a semi-public, commercialized industry. This transformation was facilitated by strategic legal and political maneuvering, community integration, and the professionalization of operations, setting the stage for the future evolution of organized crime and its complex relationship with American society. The transformation of Hallendale, Florida, from a quiet agricultural community into a bustling gambling hub, underlines the adaptive strategies of organized crime figures like Meyer Lansky and Jimmy Blue Eyes, Vincent Arlo, in exploiting new opportunities. Their involvement in Hallendale's gambling scene through partnerships with local figures and high-profile gamblers from other parts of the country illustrates the networked nature of their operations, which extended beyond New York to emerging markets in the South. The success of establishments like the Colonial Inn and the Farm, combined with the allure of high-stakes games and top-tier entertainment, attracted a wealthy clientele to Hallendale, turning it into a premier destination for winter gambling. This development was symbiotic with the broader economic revival of the late 30s, as America's recovery from the Great Depression fueled a resurgence in leisure spending and tourism, particularly in Florida's Gold Coast. The shift in Hallendale's economic base towards gambling and entertainment, facilitated by Lansky, Arlo, and their associates, was mirrored by changes in local governance and law enforcement practices. The municipal court's ledger entries from 1941, indicating a sudden increase in fines for disorderly conduct related to gambling activities, suggest a tacit acceptance of the gambling industry's presence in the community, albeit through the imposition of informal taxes on its practitioners. This arrangement reflects the complex relationship between organized crime, local economies, and governance, where legality and profitability often found a mutually beneficial balance. Thus, the evolution of Hallendale into a gambling hotspot not only highlights the entrepreneurial agility of organized crime figures, but also underscores the broader socio-economic dynamics at play. The ability of figures like Lansky and Alo to navigate and manipulate these dynamics was crucial in shaping the landscape of American organized crime and its enduring impact on society. The Hallendale example underscores the innovative legal and business strategies employed by organized crime to navigate and exploit regulatory environments, including the strategic use of philanthropy and community investments to build local goodwill and complicity. This pattern of engagement not only ensured the continuity of their operations, but also embedded them within the community's economic and social fabric, making them harder to dislodge. The development of Hallendale's gambling scene in the late 30s and early 40s provides a clear illustration of organized crime's ability to adapt to and shape local environments, turning them into lucrative markets for illegal activities. It also highlights the challenges faced by law enforcement and regulatory authorities in combating organized crime, which often operated just beyond the reach of traditional legal mechanisms, protected by a combination of local complicity, legal ingenuity, and economic contributions to the community. The excerpt describes how Hallendale, Florida, and Council Bluffs, Iowa, employed similar tactics to generate revenue from gambling establishments operating within their jurisdictions. In Hallendale, fines were levied against gambling houses for charges of disorderly conduct, with the precise nature of the disorderliness often left unspecified. Each establishment would lodge a bond in cash, and if they failed to appear in court, the cash would be forfeited to the city. This practice effectively served as a form of taxation on gambling businesses, with fines increasing as the number and size of gambling joints grew over time. Joseph Varon, who served as Hallendale's city attorney in the late 40s, reflects on how this system helped fill the city's treasury during the winter months when gambling activity was at its peak. However, by the end of summer, the city would often find itself running low on funds, prompting them to take out loans to cover expenses until the casinos reopened. Similarly, in Council Bluffs, Iowa, the city faced financial challenges following the failure of a centennial exhibition in 1937, leaving them with a significant deficit owed to local creditors. Seeking a solution, the Council Bluffs Board of Park Commissioners entered into a contract with Bill Sims and Meyer Lansky on May 17, 1941. This agreement allowed Sims and Lansky to operate greyhound racing at the Dodge Park Fairgrounds, providing a source of revenue for the city and helping to retire the municipal debt. Both examples illustrate how local governments in various parts of the United States turned to gambling as a means of generating revenue and addressing financial difficulties. Meyer Lansky's involvement in these ventures underscores his influence in the gambling industry and his ability to navigate legal and economic challenges to benefit both himself and the municipalities involved. The Dodge Park Kennel Club, established as part of the agreement between Bill Sims, Meyer Lansky, and the Council Bluffs Board of Park Commissioners, proved to be a lucrative venture. The agreement involved paying the board $1,000 per week for the rent of the Dodge Park Fairgrounds and operating greyhound racing there for a specified period. Additionally, they agreed to construct a track and stadium, which would become the property of the city after the lease expired, serving to retire the municipal debt. With the track opening for racing in July, business was prosperous from the outset. These case studies highlight the multifaceted strategies employed by organized crime to secure and expand their operations, leveraging legal loopholes, economic incentives, and community relations to entrench themselves within local ecosystems. The resulting interplay between illicit activities and municipal governance underscores the complexities faced by authorities in dismantling such entrenched networks. Despite limitations on routine pari-mutuel betting due to the municipal contract and the use of city parkland, Lansky and Sims devised an alternative system. Spectators were offered the opportunity to buy options in the dogs running in each race. If the chosen dog won, the option increased in value, allowing investors to sell it back to the track for a profit corresponding to the payout they would have received under a traditional parimutuel betting system. However, if the selected dog lost, the option became worthless, resulting in a loss for the investor. This innovative system enabled the Dodge Park Kennel Club to operate profitably for several weeks each summer, with significant success in 1941, 1942, and 1943. The profits generated were substantial enough to pay off the $12,000 debt owed to creditors from the failed Centennial exhibition in just the second season of operation. Subsequently, the weekly payments made by the track to the municipality helped replenish the treasury of Council Bluffs, effectively serving as an officially sanctioned betting levy, despite gambling being officially illegal. Meyer Lansky's involvement in this venture underscores his willingness to break the law for financial gain, demonstrating a conscious and deliberate decision to engage in illegal activities. Despite the undeniable illegality of his actions, there is a nuanced aspect to Meyer Lansky's career, suggesting that it was influenced by the norms and environment of his adopted country. In the exclusive circles of the Oriental Park complex in Havana, where opinion held that racing was fair again, Lansky found an opportunity to operate within a legal framework. He brought his own experienced pit crews to manage the plush casino at the track, and afterward they would adjourn to the elegant Gran Casino Nacional in nearby Marianao. Lansky enlisted the renowned Al Levy, a fixture among New York bettors, to oversee the crap tables, solidifying his presence in the Cuban gambling scene. The opening of the reformed casino was marked by a ceremonial presentation of the golden ticket to Colonel Batista, underscoring Lansky's growing influence and success in Havana. Despite initial reservations about handling the casino side of the Oriental Park contract, Lansky found himself drawn to the vibrant atmosphere and opportunities that Havana offered. This venture not only expanded his gambling empire, but also highlighted his adaptability and strategic thinking in navigating different legal and cultural landscapes. Lansky's operations in Havana, along with his ventures in the United States, illustrate the complex interplay between legality and profitability, where organized crime figures like Lansky continuously adapted to maximize their economic gains within and beyond the boundaries of the law. These case studies emphasize the multifaceted strategies employed by organized crime to secure and expand their operations, leveraging legal loopholes, economic incentives, and community relations to entrench themselves within local ecosystems. The resulting interplay between illicit activities and municipal governance underscores the complexities faced by authorities in dismantling such entrenched networks. Lansky's career exemplifies how organized crime figures could navigate and manipulate both legal and illegal systems to their advantage, reflecting broader socio-economic dynamics at play in mid-20th century America and beyond. Overall, it was a season marked by prosperity and contentment for Meyer Lansky, signaling a shift in his career trajectory toward legal and regulated ventures. Meyer's transition to operating gambling in an open and legal environment brought him a sense of satisfaction and fulfillment. With his wife Anne and their two sons, Buddy and Paul, by his side, he experienced this new venture firsthand. Free from the need for protection payments and legal grey areas, Meyer found himself enjoying the legitimacy and transparency of his operations. Despite critics' concerns about the moral implications of gambling, Meyer could not help but question their arguments, drawing a parallel to the philosophical ponderings of Socrates and Plato on the nature of morality. His success in places like Hallendale, Saratoga Springs, Council Bluffs, and Cuba marked a significant evolution from his bootlegging days. His innate talent for understanding the odds, honed since his teenage years, proved invaluable in this new realm. As he neared his 40th birthday, Meyer's partnership with a private math teacher, Mr. Miller, further enhanced his numerical prowess. Together they engaged in intricate number games, reflecting Meyer's fascination with the magic of numbers. This newfound success also had a positive impact on his personal life. Meyer found himself able to devote more time to Anne and the children, and in December 1937 they welcomed a third child, Sandra, into their family. Establishing a summer tradition of renting a holiday home on the Jersey Shore brought the Lansky family closer together, creating cherished memories that Buddy fondly recalled as the best times they ever shared. During the late 30s and early 40s, Meyer rented cottages in various towns along the New Jersey coast, such as Deal, Allenhurst, and Long Branch, fostering a sense of unity and joy within his family. Despite Buddy's difficulty with balance and strength in his legs, Meyer's thoughtful gesture of buying him a large tricycle provided the young boy with a newfound sense of independence. Buddy fondly recalled the excitement of riding his tricycle to the beach alone to indulge in an ice cream soda from the nearby drugstore. Meyer's black Oldsmobile 98 became a symbol of family outings, where they enjoyed games of catch and baseball, although Meyer was cautious about Buddy's safety due to his orthopedic boots. The presence of other children, including the Siegel daughters, the Adonis kids, and the young Starchers, added to the joyous atmosphere. These gatherings created a lively, supportive community for the Lansky family, reinforcing Meyer's dedication to both his family and his evolving career. This period marked a pivotal chapter in Meyer's life, blending professional success with personal happiness. His ability to transition from the shadows of illegal operations to the forefront of legitimate business ventures exemplified his adaptability and strategic acumen, solidifying his legacy in the annals of American organized crime and entrepreneurship. These men were not just ruthless gangsters. They were titans of the underworld, weaving the very fabric of organized crime while nurturing the role of devoted fathers. Joe Adonis, Meyer Lansky, BenjaminSiegal, Albert Anastasia, and their formidable peers transcended the stark poverty of their youth. Arriving in America with barely a dime to their names, they faced not only the insidious spread of fascism from Europe, but also confronted its shadows lurking within America's own borders. As they carved their empire through the racially charged territories of the South, their legend grew, men of iron will and unyielding determination. While the likes of Joe Adonis and Meyer Lansky's sons walked the hallowed halls of the same schools, forging paths as legitimate pillars of society away from the shadows of their fathers' deeds, the empire of crime continued to flourish. Meanwhile, locked away, Lucky Luciano plotted his return, his mind never straying far from the empire he helped build. The laughter and camaraderie amongst these men masked the undercurrents of betrayal and rivalry. Tom Davey, a formidable presence in the background, schemed relentlessly, knowing well that a betrayer lurked among them, poised to unravel their tightly wound brotherhood. Yet for a fleeting moment, the world of organized crime glittered like a chandelier in a dark room, casting long shadows and dazzling those who dared gaze too closely. Buddy Lansky, a progeny of this complex heritage, rubbed shoulders with the heaviest hitters of the underworld: Charlie Luciano, Vito Genovese, Russell Bufalino, Carlos Marcello, Santo Traficante, Jimmy Blue Eyes, Frank Costello, Tony Accardo, Paul Ricca, and even the relatives of the infamous Al Capone. These were the architects of America's criminal panorama, visionaries and cold-blooded killers in equal measure. Theirs was a legacy written in whispers and gunfire, a fleeting empire built on both fear and admiration, destined to be as ephemeral as it was brilliant. Meyer Lansky, with both New York and New Jersey friends nearby, evenings were often spent playing spirited games of gin rummy for minimal stakes. Notable visitors like Joe Adonis, Doc Stacher, and Longy Zwillman added to the camaraderie, their presence making the gatherings lively and enjoyable. Uncle Ben Siegel's return from California each summer brought additional excitement, as he regaled the children with tales of his ventures in floating crap games and gambling ships. Despite later readings about the National Crime Syndicate, Buddy could not help but see his father, Ben Siegel, and their friends simply as a group of businessmen enjoying each other's company around the gin-rummy table. The laughter, camaraderie, and friendly competition defined their gatherings, creating an atmosphere of warmth and familiarity that contrasted sharply with the darker aspects of their public reputations. These gatherings were marked by a sense of belonging and mutual respect, as the men shared stories, strategized over cards, and celebrated each other's successes. The modest stakes of their games underscored the social nature of these evenings, where the primary focus was on friendship and shared experiences rather than financial gain. For Buddy, these memories of his father and their circle of friends were cherished snapshots of a simpler, more joyful time. The image of Meyer Lansky, Ben Siegel, and their associates laughing and playing cards around the table provided a counterpoint to their infamous public personas, revealing a more human side to these legendary figures of organized crime. This blend of professional ambition and personal warmth defined Meyer's life during this period, as he skillfully balanced his growing business ventures with the cherished time spent with family and friends. The legacy of these summer evenings, marked by laughter, storytelling, and the gentle hum of friendly competition, remained a poignant reminder of the man behind the myth, a father and friend who found joy in the simple pleasures of life. Frank Costello's, Meyer Lansky's, Joe Adonis's, Benjamin Siegal's, Vito Genovese's, Longy Zwillman's, the Profaci families and the Mangano brothers, as well as Luciano's rise through the underworld, was not without its perils and bloodshed. At the apex of their and Luciano's power, they founded Murder Incorporated, a name that echoed ominously across the streets of New York, symbolizing an era where ruthlessness was both a weapon and a shield. Within this fearsome crew, he placed men like Vito Genovese, Albert Anastasia, Abe Reis, Abe Kid Twist, Reis, Benjamin Bugsy, Siegel, Louis Lepke, Buchhalter, Harry Pittsburgh Phil, Strauss, Frank Abandando, Harry Happy Mayone, Martin Goldstein, Mendy Weiss, Charles the Bug. Workman. The man who killed Dutch Schultz and never broke the coda of silence. These men were all notorious for their capacity for danger, crafting a circle of iron-fisted lieutenants. Yet, as the violent tides brought Luciano to the confines of a prison cell, Luciano's perspective began to shift. The solitude of incarceration and the introspections it fostered led him to advocate for less brutality. Despite this newfound ethos, the spectre of violence lingered, ever present, a dark contingency plan. The years rolled on, and political giants like FDR ascended, bringing forth figures like Dewey and LaGuardia who intensified their crackdown on organized crime. This new pressure tested the bonds of loyalty among Luciano's ranks. High stakes and the fear of persecution scattered his closest allies. Costello retreated to New Orleans, refining the art of gambling, while Meyer Lansky found solace in Havana. Meanwhile, Genovese was in Italy, and Dutch Schultz lay dead. Events that paved the way for opportunists like Lepke. Lepke, sensing the fragmentation of Luciano's empire, saw his chance. From the shadows, he began to consolidate power, seizing lucrative rackets and even sidelining dangerous associates like Tommy L. Yet, in a world built on treachery and ambition, stability was an illusion. The undercurrents of betrayal were always moving, always ready to surface. Dannemora prison became Luciano's reluctant stronghold, where whispers of the outside world reached him through the bars. Reports of Lepke's maneuvers troubled him. It was a stark betrayal. Lepke was now claiming territories like the garment and bakery industries solely for himself, a bold move against the incarcerated kingpin. And just as Luciano grappled with these betrayals, disaster struck. Lepke, emboldened and reckless, entangled himself in a narcotics scandal. A massive shipment from Hong Kong, purportedly worth millions, now under the scrutiny of the authorities. This blunder caught the relentless gaze of Tom Dewey, whose prosecutorial ambitions threatened to dismantle what remained of Luciano's legacy. In this desperate hour, Lepke, isolated and encircled by law enforcement, turned back to his roots, seeking the aid of the Italian mob. He sent Joe A. to Luciano, pleading for refuge. Despite years of frustration with Lepke's obstinance, Luciano could not forsake him. With a reluctant nod, he sent Joe back to orchestrate Lepke's escape, entrusting the task to Anastasia, who was both a comrade and a guardian. The relentless grind of Dewey's mills signaled a dramatic shift, especially for Louis Lepke. Before his association with Lansky and Luciano, Lepke's criminal career was marked by petty robberies, including targeting elderly peddlers on the Lower East Side. His major criminal endeavors began alongside Jacob Gura Shapiro, corrupting union officials and establishing protection rackets. They were experts in blackmail, their threats reinforced by the ruthless application of fists, feet, and firearms. Under Lansky and Luciano's influence, Lepke adopted a facade of respectability, but his inherently violent nature often proved too much, even for his powerful mentors. Ignoring repeated warnings to steer clear of drugs, Lepke became a significant figure in narcotics, forming his own gang that included Jacob Katzenberg, Louis Stark, Tootsie Feinstein, Solly Gross, and Benny Harris. They operated an opium manufacturing plant on Seymour Avenue in Brooklyn, which disastrously exploded in February 1935, drawing the intense scrutiny of the Narcotics Bureau. The Bureau soon discovered Lepke's extensive smuggling operations, with opium being imported from Hong Kong and other Chinese ports, facilitated by bribed customs officials. In one particularly lucrative period, 6 shipments of heroin from China netted Lepke over $10 million in pure profit. This placed him high on the Bureau's target list, and his unrestrained violence made him an increasing liability to Lansky. Following Luciano's imprisonment, Lepke's refusal to pay dues and his insistence on running his own rackets made him a significant threat to the organization. Even from prison, Luciano's profits were scrupulously collected by Lansky and the others. Lepke's refusal to cooperate led Dewey to make him a primary target, describing Lepke as the worst industrial racketeer in America and offering a $25,000 reward for his arrest. J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI chief, deemed him the most dangerous criminal in the United States, though offering a lesser reward of $5,000. In 1937, Lepke vanished, relying on the underworld's aid to remain hidden for 2 years. Instead of showing gratitude, he made escalating financial demands and ordered the murders of several potential informants. The Lower East Side group convened to decide Lepke's fate, ultimately concluding that he had to be sacrificed. Bugsy Siegel, managing the organization's West Coast gambling interests, advocated for immediate violence. It was Lansky who persuaded Lepke's closest friend, Mo Dimples Walensky, to set a trap where Lepke would end up in jail, recalled Doc Stacher. We had made up our minds that the days of shooting people like the Dutch Schultz business were over. Bugsy was disgusted at this kind of talk and yelled at us that we were all going soft. But we worked out a plan, and Lepke walked straight into it. Walensky told Lepke we had made a deal with J. Edgar Hoover. All Lepke had to do was give himself up. He would get a light sentence in return, and the heat would be off all of us. In 1939, the FBI was on a relentless mission, sending agents far and wide. One agent enjoyed a trip to Havana to see Lansky, while another ventured to New Orleans to consult Costello about Lepke's whereabouts. It was a time of tumult and transition. With Costello's influence waning as a new powerhouse, Carlos Marcello emerged. Hoover was keenly interested in the South's chaotic happenings, from far-right activities to civil rights movements. To keep his finger on the pulse, Hoover often relied on Marcello, a man known to some FBI agents in New Orleans simply as a tomato salesman, a euphemism disguising his deeper underworld connections. This particular instance saw Hoover dispatching agents to Luciano himself, who was then in Dannemora prison, hoping for a lead on Lepke. Luciano, recounting the episode with a mix of disdain and incredulity, spoke of Hoover's audacity. An agent approached him, seeking his help to locate Lepke. Luciano's response was a blend of pragmatism and defiance. He offered Lepke in exchange for a commutation of his sentence. "No communication, no Lepke," he declared, adding with characteristic bravado that Hoover could go fuck himself. The underworld, particularly Luciano and his cohorts, knew precisely where Lepke was. Dutch Schultz, still under Anastasia's protection, continued his operations, including Murder Incorporated's ruthless activities. A pivotal meeting occurred where Lucchese confronted Lepke over monopolizing the garment industry, leading to a heated fallout. Lucchese, frustrated, sought counsel from Luciano in prison, lamenting the pressures from Dewey and Hoover and the disarray within their ranks. Luciano, determined to avoid outright violence, contemplated a strategic solution. He decided to cooperate with the FBI, turning Lepke over to Hoover, who would then pass him to Dewey. This move was groundbreaking, forging an unprecedented alliance between organized crime and a powerful government agency. Initially, Luciano rejected Hoover's direct overtures, opting instead to use Costello as an intermediary to manage the delicate handover of Lepke. The plan required convincing Lepke that a deal with Hoover was in place, promising protection from Dewey. Luciano entrusted Lansky to involve Mo Dimples Walensky, a trusted friend of Lepke, to deliver the message. Despite 2 years in hiding, Lepke, desperate and cornered, was willing to negotiate. Anastasia was to drive Lepke to the rendezvous with Hoover. Luciano, Lansky, Costello, Albert Anastasia all meticulously orchestrated the details, even involving media columnist Walter Winchell to lend credibility to the ruse. Costello's involvement extended to making political overtures to Dewey, promising support for his gubernatorial ambitions. Luciano's plan was intricate, leveraging relationships and promising political backing to ensure success. On a sweltering August night in 1939, the plan unfolded. Anastasia transported Lepke to a designated spot in Brooklyn, where Lepke transferred to a car containing Winchell and Hoover. Realizing too late that there was no actual deal, Lepke was arrested on narcotics charges and swiftly sentenced to 14 years. Dewey, seizing the opportunity, used Lepke's conviction as a stepping stone in his political ascent. This betrayal, orchestrated by Luciano, underscored the ruthless pragmatism of organized crime. By sacrificing Lepke, Luciano fortified the criminal syndicate structure, ensuring its dominance. Ironically, the very organization Luciano helped build would eventually turn against him, cutting him off from the empire he had created. Lepke received a 14-year sentence for his narcotics offenses. Despite his friend's assurances, he was soon handed over to the eager Tom Dewey and received an additional 30 years. This dramatic downfall marked the end of Lepke's reign and underscored the relentless pursuit of justice by Dewey and his counterparts. The world of organized crime was undergoing significant changes. Prohibition had ended, America was starting to recover from the Great Depression, and Europe was at war, leaving behind nothing but chaos. In America, particularly in New York, organized crime and members of the Big Six were still facing huge issues from Franklin D. Roosevelt, Tom Dewey, and the Justice Department. Luciano was in prison, Dutch Schultz was dead, Lepke was in prison and was talking, however only a select few were listening, so the focus then shifted to various other racketeers and gangsters. This time, the guns were pointed at Murder Incorporated and its notorious members. It was Albert Anastasia, Benjamin Siegel, and Longy Zwillman, Frank Costello, Charlie the Bug Workman, Red Levine, and a host of others who were about to be ensnared in a web of deadly consequences. The murder that set this chain of events in motion was that of Harry Big Greenie Greenberg. Greenberg had once been part of Luciano's and Lansky's outfits in the early days. However, when the war on organized crime started to heat up, he was one of the men who fled, but with little to no money. Upon reaching Canada, Greenberg became a significant threat to the mob, demanding money and threatening to expose Luciano, Lansky, and others if his demands were not met. His fate was sealed by BenjaminSiegal, whose actions would unleash a torrent of bloodshed. Greenie Greenberg, a stalwart of the Lansky-Luciano outfit since its inception, found himself in a perilous predicament. Lepke, notorious for his ruthlessness, was very paranoid when he was on the run. Lepke had placed Greenie on his death list, convinced that Greenie had spilled secrets to the FBI about his narcotics dealings. Fearing for his life, Greenberg fled to Canada, but, in his haste, neglected to secure any money there. Soon he was penniless and desperate. Reaching out to his old comrades in New York, Greenie issued a dire ultimatum: send him money, or he would return to New York and expose everything he knew about the Lower East Side outfit. The response from his former associates was swift and unyielding. As Stacher bluntly put it, "We all liked Big Greenie. But this was disloyalty, and Ali Tannenbaum was told to bump him off." Despite their fondness for Big Greenie, his betrayal could not be tolerated. Ali Tannenbaum was promptly ordered to eliminate him. Ali wasted no time in heading to Canada, but Greenie, ever vigilant, sensed danger and vanished without a trace. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him, for by late 1939 he reappeared on the West Coast, evidently having found some money. However, his respite was short-lived. Bugsy, who discovered that Greenie was residing at 1094 Vista Del Mar in Los Angeles, was ecstatic at the prospect of taking Greenie down himself. Doc Stacher later recalled, "We all begged Bugsy to keep out of the shooting. He was too big a man by this time to become personally involved. But Bugsy wouldn't listen. He wouldn't even listen to Lansky the way he used to. He said Greenberg was a menace to all of us, and if the cops grabbed him, he could tell the whole story of our outfit back to the 1920s. Despite the crew's desperate pleas for Bugsy to remain uninvolved, after all, he had grown too significant in stature for such direct involvement. Bugsy's bloodlust could not be sated. Not even Lansky, whom he once heeded, could dissuade him. Bugsy declared that Greenberg was a threat to them all, and if the cops got hold of him, he could unravel their entire operation dating back to the 20s. Thus, with weapons secured by Longy Zwillman and delivered by Ali, Bugsy set his sights on his old comrade, determined to silence him forever. Greenberg's murder was only the beginning. Another brutal slaying was that of Whitey Krawcow. Born Walter Krawcow, he was a New York mobster who served as a hitman for murder, incorporated during the 30s. Despite sharing a surname with Esther Krawcow, the wife of Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, Whitey was not related to them, though rumors suggested otherwise. Together with Siegel and Frankie Carbo, Whitey was implicated in the 1939 gangland slaying of Harry Big Greenie Greenberg. His downfall came when he was implicated by fellow Murder Incorporated members Abe Kid Twist Reis and Ali TikTok Tannenbaum. Whitey was found shot to death on Manhattan's Delancey Street on July 30, 1941, marking him as one of the first members of Murder Incorporated to be executed. But Whitey wasn't alone in his fate. In the months surrounding his death, other members of Murder Incorporated met grisly ends. Benjamin Tannenbaum, Sidney Shimmy Salz, Anthony Tony Romero Romanello, and possibly James Dizzy Ferrico were all brutally murdered. The spate of killings sent shockwaves through the underworld, causing panic and leading many members of Murder Incorporated to surrender to authorities, hoping to escape the same bloody end. The empire of organized crime was collapsing under its own violent weight, with betrayal and murder tearing through its ranks. Anyone less naive than Whitey Krawcow might have fled to a distant location like Mexico, France, or even Siberia, anywhere far from the mob's lethal reach. Yet, despite his background in violent operations, Krawcow overlooked the clear dangers surrounding him. His oversight was perplexing, especially since he was familiar with mob executions and should have recognized the coldness from Ben Siegel and Siegel's frequent unexplained trips out of California. Siegel had traveled extensively, using aliases and staying at familiar hotels while meeting with key figures like Swillman, Anastasia, and Joey A., discussing matters Krawcow had imprudently gossiped about. Krawcow's indiscretions revolved around the execution of Big Greenie, a job he had orchestrated. He was not trying to inform Siegel or stir trouble intentionally. He simply could not keep his mouth shut. Such carelessness was perilous, especially after he had located Greenberg's hiding spot in Hollywood and arranged the hit. This, combined with the upheaval following the arrest of Abe Reis, a key syndicate figure, shortly after Greenberg's murder, should have signaled Krawcow to keep a low profile. Reis, arrested on a minor charge, managed to post bail, but later turned himself in to the authorities. In a shocking twist, he began cooperating with the police, revealing details that led to significant arrests within the mob. His testimonies proved catastrophic for many in the underworld, including Krawcow. Had Reis's cooperation become public sooner, the mob would have reconsidered Krawcow's fate. Unfortunately for Krawcow, Siegel had already marked him for elimination before Reis's information could offer any reprieve. In July 1940, during a trip to New York, George Raft, a movie star with connections to the underworld, encountered two detective friends who mentioned seeing Krawcow. Raft, surprised by Krawcow's presence in New York and his request for money, recounted lending him $1,900 against Siegel's specific advice. Siegel had ominously noted that Krawcow would not be able to repay the debt. Shortly afterward, while Raft was engaged in late-night activities post-theater, his detective friends took him to a crime scene. The flashing sirens and hurried drive culminated in a grim discovery on Delancey Street. A man's body lay sprawled on the pavement. An obvious victim of the very underworld Krawcow had failed to escape from. This scene eerily highlighted the brutal reality of the mob's retribution, even against one of their own. "Hello, Mr. Raft," the officer greeted the famous actor as they approached the crime scene, marking the gravity of the situation with, "This is a dirty business." "Who is he?" Raft inquired, peering closer at the lifeless figure sprawled on the pavement. "Somebody named Ben White," the officer replied, assuming a casual bystander had been targeted. But Raft knew better as he recognized Whitey Krawcow's features. He was about to share his knowledge with the officer when a thought struck him. Admitting his close ties to Krawcow could draw him into a homicide investigation, a scenario he wanted to avoid, especially explaining the money he had loaned to Whitey not long before his death. Choosing discretion, Raft kept silent, protected by the anonymity his detective friends provided. Raft and those aware suspected Ben Siegel's involvement, yet they also recognized that this murder had not been as meticulously planned as Siegel's usual operations. Meanwhile, Abe Reis was making waves from his cell in the Tombs. His extensive confessions, which filled 25 notebooks, helped solve or provide leads on countless murders, implicating many high-profile gangsters, including the murder of Harry Big Greenie Greenberg. Reis, along with Ali Tannenbaum, who had turned informant in exchange for immunity, were flown to Los Angeles to testify before a grand jury. Their detailed account led to the indictment of Emanuel Mendy Weiss and Louis Lepke Buchalter as the masterminds behind Greenberg's murder, with Ben Siegel, Frankie Carbo, and Harry Champ Siegel named as the executors of the hit. Siegel, realizing the gravity of the situation, was soon to summon his legal team. The tension of the underworld also spilled into Hollywood's glamorous life. Movie director Roland Brown had a stern warning for a young starlet enamored with Siegel, cautioning her against her visible association with the gangster. Despite her protestations of Siegel's virtues, Brown bluntly told her she was jeopardizing her career. A confrontation ensued days later at the Santa Anita racetrack, when Siegel, overhearing Brown's admonishments, threatened him. Brown, undeterred by Siegel's menacing stance, stood his ground, hinting at his connections with other notable gangsters, which might offer him some protection. The standoff was resolved when Siegel, recognizing the potential for unnecessary escalation, approached Brown at the racetrack weeks later to apologize. He even offered a horse racing tip as a peace offering, which Brown, aware of the fix, capitalized on, earning a substantial payout. This incident highlighted the complex interplay of threats, egos, and reconciliations that defined the relationships within the upper echelons of organized crime and its Hollywood connections. On that pivotal morning of August 16, 1940, a determined assembly convened in the office of Los Angeles District Attorney Buren Fitts. Chief Deputy District Attorney Eugene Williams had summoned a team of law enforcement veterans with a singular focus. Bugsy Siegal, recently indicted for his involvement in the notorious Big Greenie murder. Intelligence from detectives staking out Siegel's home indicated he was currently at his residence. The task force comprised Detective Lloyd Yarrow, officers Fletcher Talbot and Ned Keeler from the Underworld Squad, and Detective Lieutenant Miles Ledbetter, among others. With a mix of trepidation and resolve, the group set out in 3 cars to Siegel's opulent Bel Air home. Upon arrival, they strategically positioned themselves around the house, with some officers covering the rear near Siegel's shimmering swimming pool, while Williams, accompanied by Talbot and Yarrow, approached the front door. A butler answered, his demeanor calm yet evasive, claiming Mr. Siegel was not at home. Unconvinced, Williams and his team proceeded inside. Inside the luxurious master suite, signs of a hasty departure were evident, the bedding tossed aside, the warmth still lingering. Yarrow, investigating further, opened a cupboard to find a footprint on linen, a clue pointing upward. Above, a trapdoor to the attic beckoned. Talbot climbed up, flashlight in hand, and soon spotted a hand clutching the chimney. "Come on out, Ben," he called. Siegel, looking disheveled in a silk robe, emerged from his hiding spot in the attic. His feigned ignorance about the reason for their visit did not fool anyone. Williams, with a blend of sarcasm and seriousness, confronted Siegel about his role in Big Greenie's murder. Siegel's feigned ignorance about Greenie and any related events did little to sway the officers. Despite his protests of not knowing why he was being targeted, the evidence and his known associations spoke louder than his words. Resigned to his fate, Siegel dressed and was escorted to the lead car. The police, aiming to avoid media attention, took him directly to an undisclosed location for questioning. This was before the era when suspects were routinely informed of their rights to counsel and silence, leaving Siegel to face his interrogators alone, marking the beginning of a crucial chapter in both his criminal proceedings and the broader efforts to crack down on organized crime. Seated in room 521 of the Kipling Hotel, Ben Siegel appeared remarkably composed as he confronted the gathering led by District Attorney Eugene Williams. Alongside Williams were Deputy V.L. Ferguson, Detective Yarrow, Officer Hurst, and stenographer Mildred Evans. Despite the gravity of the situation, Siegel was cooperative, candidly discussing his ventures from Tony Cornero's gambling ships to his investments in Redondo Beach, and even a hot dog enterprise in Chicago with Longy Zwillman. Williams, probing for a confession or slip, addressed Siegel. "Do you know why I am asking you these questions?" Siegel, unfazed, replied, "About some murder you're trying to implicate me in." This exchange set the tone for a meticulous but tense interrogation, focusing on Siegel's financial undertakings and associations rather than direct accusations of murder. Siegel acknowledged lending $20,000 to Whitey Krawcow for an investment in Cornero's offshore gambling operation, but he denied any personal financial involvement, humorously remarking on its illegality, which lightened the room momentarily. Williams, however, shifted back to the subject of Krawcow's murder, questioning Siegel's whereabouts at the time, a query Siegel could not definitively answer, claiming he might have been in St. Paul. As the interrogation intensified, Williams described a suspect matching Siegel's appearance, but Siegel deflected, maintaining his ignorance of the events in question. He admitted to owning firearms for protection and possessing a gun permit, yet he displayed selective memory regarding the whereabouts of his known associates on the night of Big Greeny's murder. The session, akin to a fencing match, saw Siegel parrying with practiced ease, revealing enough to appear cooperative, but not enough to incriminate himself or his colleagues. Williams was more invested in linking Siegel to Krawcow's murder than directly addressing Big Greeny's. Without a direct admission or sufficient evidence from Siegel on the murder query, Williams made a decisive move as the interview concluded, directing Detective Yarrow to book Siegel. Meanwhile, across town in her North Bedford Drive mansion, Countess Dorothy DeFrasso was engrossed in a different kind of drama, staring wide-eyed at the latest headline in the Los Angeles Examiner, signaling yet another twist in the interconnected worlds of high society and organized crime. The stakes were high, and the implications of Siegel's potential arrest were rippling through the upper echelons of Los Angeles society and its underworld. The discovery of 3 small leather account books, red, green, and maroon, in Ben Siegel's safe offered the most tangible insights into the rigor and reach of his gambling empire. These books were not merely financial ledgers. They were directories of influence and connections across various facets of society and industry. Contained within these pages were the names and often unlisted phone numbers of movie stars, directors, studio executives, and other Hollywood luminaries who formed part of the glamorous facade that Siegel cultivated. The books also listed law enforcement officials he had effectively bought, alongside bankers who facilitated emergency loans, and various figures who navigated the murky intersections of legality and criminality. This network not only underscored Siegel's influence, but also highlighted the diverse array of relationships he maintained to bolster his operations. Siegel's meticulous recording of his daily bets hinted at manipulations in races, games, and fights, a conjecture supported by the fact that he seldom lost. The accounts reflected a peculiar pattern. While he consistently profited from track meets and other betting he invariably lost money at the crap tables during his frequent trips to New York. For instance, he logged winnings of $5,570 in one series, but a slightly higher loss of $5,900. His presence at Santa Anita was profitable, with a net gain of $10,000 for one season noted in the ledgers. Moreover, the books recorded substantial loans borrowed from fellow racketeers, which Siegel repaid promptly, demonstrating his reliability and standing within the criminal community. However, one notable entry revealed a defaulted loan of $7,650 due to an unspecified difference between Siegel and a Hollywood gambler, a rare glitch in his otherwise fluid financial operations. Williams, upon investigating the borrower, found relief in discovering he was still alive, suggesting the fallout had not ended fatally. Also, among the contents of the safe was a small red box, akin to those used by jewelers or undertakers, which housed a gold watch engraved, "Ben to Esther, 1931. This personal item marked a significant relationship or milestone, now relegated to the past. As Siegel's life became increasingly intertwined with Virginia Hill, figures from his earlier life, like Esther, faded into obscurity, overshadowed by his newer, more tumultuous liaisons. These findings painted a picture of a man who meticulously managed his professional gambles and personal relationships with calculated precision, yet whose life was marked by transient loyalties and fleeting commitments. A narrative that District Attorney Williams would piece together as he delved deeper into the complex web of Siegel's enterprises. 4 years into Luciano's sentence, a new threat emerged. Frank Costello visited Luciano in jail to deliver disturbing news. This is while these men were hunting Greenie Greenberg. The relentless pressure from prosecutor Thomas Dewey was starting to crack the once unbreakable code of omerta among Luciano's men. In the early days, Luciano had recruited many loyal but less astute individuals. When Dewey began applying his pressure, some of these men started to break. Among the first to betray Luciano was Abe Reis. Abe Reis had been deeply embedded in the criminal world since the 20s, serving as a personal driver and hitman for Luciano, Costello, and Lucchese. Costello was the one who had to inform Luciano that Reis had turned informant. Abe Reis had been arrested by Tom Dewey and, if prosecuted, could face the death penalty. Seeking guidance, Costello asked Luciano what should be done. Luciano's response was immediate. "We do nothing unless the kid opens his mouth. That we cannot afford. But what is more important, will O'Dwyer protect us? I thought you told me. You had them in your pocket." Luciano needed reassurance that the political protection he relied on was still intact. If Bill O'Dwyer, a key political ally, could protect the organization, the damage from Relis's betrayal could be mitigated. But Costello brought grim news. The political landscape was shifting. Ambitious politicians saw Luciano's imprisonment as an opportunity to advance their careers. Dewey had already made a name for himself, and others were eager to follow his path. Costello warned Luciano about O'Dwyer's ambitions. Certain people, especially in regard to politics, were thinking like certain people in regard to the streets. They wanted to progress. They wanted to climb the ranks. Bill O'Dwyer, who had once been a reliable ally, now harbored dreams of higher office, specifically the mayor's position. This ambition made him unreliable. Costello expressed his doubts. "I don't know whether we can hold him in line. The guy Turkis has a lot of ambitions too. He has been talking to Relis, squeezing him. We can't buy Turkis. He's an honest bastard." Hearing this, Luciano realized he had misjudged the situation. The political protection he counted on was crumbling. Relis's betrayal was not just a personal blow, it was a threat to the entire organization. Other key figures in the criminal world, like Meyer Lansky in Cuba and Costello in the South, were still safe, but the situation was dire. Reis, under constant police guard, was spilling secrets that could dismantle the organization. Luciano could not sleep that night. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. "I couldn't sleep at all that night. That is how strong the feeling was that Relis was going to blow every hope I had at that time of getting sprung by Dewey, if and when he became governor," he later recalled. The feeling of helplessness was intensified by the distance between him and the crisis. Stuck away in Siberia, I had to leave my chances 100% in the hands of other people, and my bones told me it was going to be bad news. Relis was a significant problem. With a criminal record dating back to his teenage years, including multiple arrests and 6 known murders, his testimony was a goldmine for law enforcement. His wife's approach to O'Dwyer's office marked the beginning of a new chapter. "My husband wants an interview with you," she declared. Relis promised O'Dwyer he could make him the biggest man in the country in exchange for immunity. O'Dwyer, intrigued, agreed to the deal. This development was catastrophic for Luciano. Relis began to divulge everything he knew about organized crime, filling notebooks with names and details of murders, implicating key figures like Albert Anastasia and Vincent Mangano. His testimony was sufficient to send several men to the electric chair. This treasure trove of information, however, was not fully exploited until decades later, when Robert F. Kennedy used it to combat organized crime. Back in the 40s, though, The immediate impact was devastating. Costello kept Luciano informed about Relis's relentless cooperation with the authorities. Plenty. The cocksucker got a memory like an elephant and a voice like a canary. He just keeps vomiting stuff up like he cannot stop vomiting, Costello reported. If he keeps going, they're going to get everybody for murder, and that includes the shithead Lepke. But it will also include Benny, Siegal and Albert. Take my word for it. Relis tied in Ali TikTok, and I can hear that Ali's made a deal with Turkis. The betrayal of Abe Reis and the shifting political tides marked a turning point in Luciano's reign. It exposed the vulnerability of even the most powerful crime bosses when political alliances faltered and loyalty crumbled. The murder of Reis under police protection became one of the most infamous acts of organized crime, showcasing their reach and ruthlessness. This act, and others like it, struck fear into the hearts of many and revealed the pervasive corruption that allowed organized crime to flourish. The fall of Reis was a stark reminder that in the world of organized crime, no one was safe, not even those who thought they were protected by the law. On the night of November 22, 1939, the streets were silent as a dark plan was set into motion. Bugsy Siegel, Ali Tannenbaum, and another gunman named Frankie Carbo were poised to strike. Their target was Harry Greenberg, a man marked for death to keep him from talking. As Greenberg returned to his apartment after buying a newspaper, Siegel and Carbo ambushed him, their guns roaring through the night. Greenberg was killed on the spot, his life snuffed out in a flurry of bullets. While Siegel's hit squad was eliminating one potential threat, another one was brewing. Abe Reis, known by the chilling moniker Kid Twist, had been arrested by the relentless prosecutor Thomas Dewey. Reis was confronted with the grim reality that his old acquaintance, Harry Rudolph, was now accusing him of the 1933 murder of Alex Alpert. Faced with the electric chair, Reis broke. He began to spill a detailed account of the Lansky-Luciano gang's operations from the early 20s to the present day. As Doc Stacher later remembered, "We heard that Dewey's mouth was watering when Reis told how Bugsy, Siegel and Ali Tannenbaum had bumped off Big Greenie in Los Angeles. Tannenbaum was quickly arrested, and under pressure he too began to talk. Bugsy Siegel, realizing the gravity of the situation, went into hiding. He knew that if he were brought to court with Reis and Tannenbaum testifying against him, his fate would be sealed, straight to the electric chair. The focus then shifted to Louis Lepke Buchalter. Both Tannenbaum and Reis testified that in 1936, Lepke had ordered the murder of store owner Joseph Rosen. Rosen had dared to stand up to Lepke, threatening to go to the authorities. Lepke responded with brutal efficiency, sending Mendy Weiss, Louis Capone, and Pittsburgh Phil Strauss to silence Rosen permanently. Finally, Dewey had his murder charge. This meant the end of Lepke, Doc Stacher recounted. To be quite honest, we were sorry for Lepke, who had been the victim of his own stupidity and who was now completely crazy as far as we could see. However, there's not much room for sentiment in these matters. Lepke, along with Weiss and Capone, was found guilty in November 1941 and sentenced to the electric chair. Strauss, already doomed for killing gambler Irving "Puggy" Feinstein, shared the same fate. Betrayed by the singing Reis, Lepke and his loyal gunmen were executed at Sing Sing on March 4, 1944. We decided to do nothing to help Lepke. In fact, there was nothing that could have been done once all that testimony came out, Stacher admitted. But Bugsy Siegel was a different case altogether. A close friend and Meyer Lansky's right-hand man since their boyhood days, Siegel was too valuable to lose. The gang spared no expense to save him from the electric chair. Dewey was determined to bring Siegel back to New York, and Reis was grilled incessantly to find any murders Siegel might have committed on the Lower East Side. The key to Siegel's fate lay with Reis, who was being hidden by the police officers in the Half Moon Hotel on Coney Island. Despite the California authorities indicting Siegel and Cabo for murder, both men remained in hiding. The gang brought Siegel to New York for a high-level meeting to address the threat against him. Meyer Lansky, usually calm and composed, was uncharacteristically furious when he confronted Siegel. "I've told you over and over, use your head instead of your gun," Lansky yelled. "And you wouldn't listen and look at the trouble you're in now." It was the only time Stacker ever saw Lansky so angry. Once Lansky calmed down, they began strategizing how to keep Abe Reis from dragging Bugsy Siegel to the chair. The stakes were high, the tension palpable. Luciano, Lansky, and their associates knew they were in a race against time and the relentless pursuit of Dewey. The intricate web of crime, loyalty, and betrayal had never been more dangerous. They had to outmaneuver the law, silence the snitches, and keep their empire from crumbling. The fate of Bugsy Siegel hung in the balance, a testament to the perilous life of power and crime in the underworld. Luciano was pacing in his cell, frustration etched into every line of his face. "Frank, I'm getting sick and tired of all that shit that's happening between Benny and Albert. No matter what kind of heat they get on them, they are still outside, walking around. I am locked up, and I want out. We gave O'Dwyer a piss pot full of money. Now what are we getting back for it?" Charlie demanded, his voice echoing with anger. Costello sighed, knowing he had to deliver more bad news. "Charlie, we can't put a blanket on what's going on. O'Dwyer is worse than Dewey when it comes to ambition. I have told him he is a fucking idiot to dream about going to Washington. I have tried to convince him to be patient, and we will get him the mayor's job, get LaGuardia the fuck out of there. But the son of a bitch has stars in his eyes. It's almost like you can't talk to him no more." Greed and ambition were traits all politicians possessed, but Bill O'Dwyer's aspirations were infuriating Luciano. Charlie demanded to know what O'Dwyer was doing to earn the support they were giving him. Costello had to be blunt. "Bill O'Dwyer is doing absolutely nothing." Luciano's fury deepened as he shifted the focus to the immediate threat, Abe Reis. "Then what the hell are you doing about Reis? Now he has tied Albert in for the killing of Moish Diamond a couple of years ago." "That dumb bastard Albert. I warned him not to go around hitting guys unless it is somebody in the outfit. You hit guys on the outside, it is like asking for trouble. He was crazy to knock off Diamond. He did not have to do it. I sent him the word that if he did it, he was off his head." Morris Diamond was a Teamster official who had resisted Albert Anastasia and his outfit's threats. With Anastasia watching, Tannenbaum had cornered Morris and shot him 6 times in the head. Now Tannenbaum was linking this murder back to Anastasia. Luciano's plan was brief and simple, a strategy that had worked many times before. "Frank, Reis has got to go. That is the only way we can save Benny and Albert. Without him, all the O'Dwyers and Turkises and Deweys in the world cannot convict those 2 guys, and we owe them enough, so we got to save them. You got to make a move and get the little bastard." Costello, however, did not come empty-handed. He had a plan and needed Luciano's approval. "That's one of the things I wanted to see you about. We got a deal just about set up. I came up here to get your okay. They got Abe Reis stashed away like he was gold in Fort Knox. He's surrounded by cops day and night, even when he's sleeping." Luciano knew that even the tightest security could be breached with the right amount of cash. "We've been paying off the Brooklyn cops for years. What is so hard about this job?" he asked. Costello explained the dilemma. No hit team could get to Reis without accidentally hitting innocent police officers, which would make major news. The only viable option was for the police officers themselves to kill Reis. The only way they could get to Reis was if the cops killed him, Costello said. That means the police officers had to be the ones to murder him. The plan was dangerous and unprecedented, but Luciano was resolute. "Screw it. Let them do it, for Christ's sake. Let them earn their money," he ordered. Costello warned that the operation would be costly. It could be one of the most expensive hits done by Luciano, he noted. For Luciano, money was never a factor when it came to war. "That's exactly what I thought," Luciano would say, Costello thought to himself. With Luciano's permission, Costello was to inform BenjaminSiegal to give himself up only when Costello was 100% sure the fix was in place. Siegel complied, surrendering to the Los Angeles authorities once Costello confirmed everything was set. A key player in this deadly game was Captain Frank Bowles, a big shot in the New York Police Department, in charge of all investigations for O'Dwyer. "Blas did us the big favor by arranging Relis to get lost, like out of the window of his hotel room," Luciano recalled. "I'll never forget the date because it was one of the turning points of my life. November 12th, 1941. At the Half Moon Hotel, where Relis was being held in room 623, guards were posted inside and outside his door. On the morning of his death, his protectors were 3 plainclothes officers, James Boyle, Victor Robbins, and John E. Moran, and 2 patrolmen, Francesco Temponi and Harvey F. X. McLaughlin. Captain Frank Bowles controlled them. Mysteriously, one officer was absent due to illness. Around 7 in the morning, the assistant manager heard a thud but ignored it. An officer checked on Relis, claiming he was asleep, but later found him missing and saw his body sprawled on the extension roof outside, more than 20 feet away from the window. The scene was staged to look like an escape attempt, but the truth was far more sinister. That whole thing was that those bunch of cops were on the take, and Bowles handled the whole thing. We paid him 50 grand and set aside some more money for the other guys, in case they had to take a rap, Luciano explained. Bowles supervised the whole thing. Relis was sleeping, and one of the cops gave him a tap with the billy club and knocked him out. Then they picked him up and heaved him out the window. For Christ's sake, he landed so far from the wall, he could not have done that, even if he jumped. Captain Frank Bowles was promoted and became one of Luciano's key bagmen. The 5 officers involved were relegated to walking the beat for the rest of their careers. No blame fell on Bowles or the higher-ups. Bill O'Dwyer became mayor of New York in 1945, with Bowles as an important bagman for the outfit. Bowles became our bagman for the whole department. He got 10 grand in small bills in the same goddamn fucking paper bag that was always going someplace down around City Hall every week, just like clockwork, Luciano noted. And let's get this straight. The dough went to Bowles, and the split was his responsibility. With Relis dead, the perfect murder case vanished. Thanks to Luciano's ruthless efficiency, Anastasia and Siegel were off the hook. O'Dwyer let Anastasia walk free. Years later, Luciano would reflect, "Thank God. I spared Anastasia because he was the one that came up with the spark that eventually got me out." Anastasia returned to Brooklyn with renewed arrogance and an aura of untouchability. When World War II began, Anastasia enlisted, his criminal record ignored. He served in Pennsylvania, instructing GIs, and was granted an honorable discharge and U.S. citizenship in 1944. Meanwhile, Governor Herbert Lehman left office to join the war effort, paving the way for Thomas E. Dewey to be elected. In the intricate dance of power, crime, and politics, Luciano's cunning and ruthless strategies ensured his and his allies' survival, even as the world around them changed. District Attorney William O'Dwyer and Thomas Dewey had been assured that Abe Reis, their invaluable informant, was being guarded better than the gold in Fort Knox. But on a fateful morning, Dewey's treasure vanished, and the pressure on Bugsy Siegel dissipated like mist. The mystery of what truly happened to Abe Reis, a key figure poised to dismantle the criminal empire, was never satisfactorily explained. Years later, in the safety of Italy, Lucky Luciano would claim that the police officer Frank Bals and others guarding Reis, known as Kid Twist, had been directly bribed by Frank Costello. According to Bals, Reis's death was an unfortunate accident, something that could not have been prevented. This assertion stood even when O'Dwyer became mayor of New York in 1945, rewarding Bals by promoting him to deputy police commissioner for his services during crime investigations. Luciano's claim of bribery has never been substantiated, leading many in New York to believe that from the safety of Italy, Luciano was merely settling old scores with the New York police. Doc Stacher, reflecting on the incident, said simply, "The death of Reis was a great relief. Bugsy could not be tried, and Albert Anastasia was off the hook too." Reis had told Dewey that Anastasia was the one responsible for shooting a Teamsters Union guy, Moish Diamond, back in 1939. That killing shocked Lansky and me. It was unnecessary. Anastasia was demanding that the Union pay some huge amounts of protection money, and Moish refused. He was a very brave man. Lansky told Anastasia to leave him alone, but Albert had his own way of doing things. He hired Ali Tannenbaum to kill Moish, and he shot him. I do not know how many times in a Brooklyn street in May of 1939. Reis told O'Dwyer about it, but nobody else had talked. Reil's death allowed Anastasia to breathe easier, but he remained on edge, worried that Dewey and O'Dwyer would come after him for other crimes Reis might have disclosed. As soon as the United States entered World War II in 1941, Meyer Lansky advised Albert to let himself be drafted and keep a low profile in the army. Anastasia jumped at the idea and was sent to a camp in Pennsylvania to teach GIs to be longshoremen. Despite being in the army, Anastasia continued to control the waterfront from afar. Justice eventually caught up with Albert Anastasia, but it was not the legal system that delivered it. Anastasia's ambition and threats towards his fellow Mafia leaders, intending to become the new boss of all bosses, sealed his fate. On October 25, 1957, as he sat for his regular shave in the basement barbershop of the Park Sheraton Hotel, 2 killers walked in and shot him in the head. Despite being hit 10 times, Anastasia still struggled, attempting to grab his attackers. The horrified barber later recounted, "He was bleeding, but he still tried to grab the killers. He fell down. They shot him again. Then they ran away." Anastasia died on that grim day. His killers never apprehended. The identities of the executioners have remained a topic of speculation and intrigue, another dark chapter in the annals of organized crime. The power plays, the betrayals, and the ruthless eliminations highlighted the perilous dance of power in the underworld, a dance that even the most feared figures could not escape. When Virginia Hill learned that culture, or at least a reasonable facsimile of it, was supposed to include knowledge of classic literature, she dove into the works of William Makepeace Thackeray. It was a rough start, given her limited schooling and a previous education primarily confined to the bedroom arts. Her late-hour reading had mostly been movie magazines and Broadway columns. Nevertheless, after wrestling with the Waverley novels, Henry James, Jane Austen, and Alexandre Dumas, Thackeray began to resonate with her. From then on, he was her favorite author. Virginia amassed a complete set of Thackeray's works, meticulously marking passages that, it can be assumed, aligned with her own interpretation of the good life. In the beginning, Virginia was not sure what she wanted. Some of the hangers-on that followed her as she flitted from Mexico to Hollywood, Chicago, New York, and back again had flattered her with the cliché, "You should be in the movies." She toyed with the idea, and when she met the late columnist Lee Mortimer in New York, he told her that she could make it on the screen if she was seen in the right places and had a proper publicity build-up. Years later, in a reminiscence for the American Mercury, Mortimer recalled, "She blazed into New York like a prairie fire. She was a wonderful actress even then, and had all of Broadway bamboozled. Indeed, she had even bamboozled Mortimer himself. The day would come when, in her quaint gangster mole idiom, she would say, "God damn it, the next time I see that son of a bitch Mortimer, I'll kill him." Much later, when Virginia did encounter Mortimer in an alley outside a Chicago nightclub, she leaped on him with long nails clawing. The fight was witnessed by the late Chicago mobster Jake Greasy Thumb Guzik, who almost fell over laughing. She was still muttering about the fight in 1951 when government agents were investigating her finances. There were weeks during her early Broadway period when Virginia, with her usual entourage, was in one nightclub or another almost every night. One of her regular spots was a third-rate club called the Waikiki on 52nd Street, operated by a certain Paul Burney. Virginia not only danced the rumba with Burney, who had considerable skill in Latin American dances, but she also always picked up the tab, anywhere from $200 to $1,000, for the evening's fun. Another favorite club of hers was the Hurricane at 1619 Broadway, which at the time was suffering substantial losses. Mortimer claimed that one night Paul Burney said, "Virginia, you're blowing a lot of money around town on the clubs. Why don't you buy into one of these joints and get your fun for nothing?" Soon, Broadway chroniclers were reporting that Virginia Hill, the Alabama heiress, had bought a one-third interest in the Hurricane for $40,000. She made her first official visit there as part owner and hostess shortly thereafter. On one of those evenings, Virginia flung aside her shoes and was photographed dancing the rumba with the Cuban bandleader Miguelito Valdez. The picture showed her almost bare-bellied, her red hair whirling across her face and her breasts welling out of her brassiere. She had her mouth open, as though crying out in some sort of tribal frenzy, and she wore no shoes or stockings. Less than 2 weeks after Virginia bought into the Hurricane, Mortimer reported in his column that she had become bored with her new plaything and sold out to her attorney David J. Wolper, who had offices in New York and St. Petersburg, Florida. The truth, something Mortimer rarely bothered to check, was that Virginia had actually put up only $4,000 into the Hurricane, and that money went to Wolper for legal fees. When her partners asked her for more cash, she simply did not have it. She got the original $4,000 by going to a pawn shop in Chicago called Levinson's Loans and hocking a diamond bracelet she had insured for $15,000. She managed to get 2 loans from Levinson for this bauble, totaling $6,100, and in July 1942, when she failed to repay the money, Levinson's Loans informed her she had forfeited the gems. During her breaking-in period in Manhattan, one of Virginia's escorts was the powerful mob leader, Joey Adonis. Virginia moved around from one hotel to another, first the Madison, then a suite at the Savoy Plaza, but she spent many nights with Joey at the Waldorf. One evening, she was having a couple of warm-up drinks with Joey in the Madison bar when Ben Siegal walked in alone. There is no evidence that this first meeting set off any sparks between them. Indeed, Virginia later recalled that Joey suddenly became edgy, and Siegal seemed curiously disinterested for a man known to have an instant rapport with women. Perhaps that meeting never even took place. Virginia said it did. Joey Adonis never said anything. Chick Hill, who knew his sister better than anyone, claimed Joey was just a stopover on a long-bedroom safari, and that Virginia quickly forgot him when Siegal later made her his mistress. In any case, Virginia said so long to Broadway about that time, and moved back to Hollywood to try her hand at the cinema world. In keeping with her theory that big spenders and big parties make news, Virginia appeared at Cairo's nightclub one evening and asked for an audience with owner Billy Wilkerson, who was also the publisher of the movie trade paper, The Hollywood Reporter. Wilkerson gave Virginia's face and figure a professional appraisal. He liked what he saw and asked what she wanted. "You're closed on Monday nights," she said. "I want to rent the club for a private party." Virginia opened her oversized alligator handbag and extracted a roll of currency. She slipped 5 $1,000 bills off the top and pushed them across his desk. "Will that do for a start?" she asked. "I'm sure it will," he said, smiling. "Now, which Monday night would you like?" Wilkerson later recalled that the cost of the party came to exactly $4,800, and he gave her a $200 refund. Word soon spread in cafe society about the beautiful stranger who was a walking branch bank. The Hollywood columnists mentioned her as potential screen material and hinted that she was being courted by some of the handsome stars around town. Actually, Virginia had not yet met Victor Mature, John Carroll, Gene Krupa, Bruce Cabot, or any of the other suitors she would date later on. The party she gave had no celebrity guests, and Wilkerson did not know where or how she gathered the unknown men and women who did come. Among them was a sleek young Spaniard named Juan Romero, a dancer like so many of Virginia's early admirers, who soon emerged from the pack as her picture agent, promising glory and fame. Virginia sat for what the press agents called leg art, glossy still pictures in which the subject is photographed in provocative poses, exposing as much as the censors would allow. In these shots, Virginia looked as sexy as she really was, and Romero got her a 7-year contract at the old Universal studio. It was a standard arrangement offered to pretty young maidens who were photogenic and stood some chance of being touched by the magic wand. But the weekly salary would not have paid for Virginia's suite in the Beverly Hills Hotel. Virginia was also enrolled in the Columbia Pictures Drama School, where she took elocution lessons and was instructed in the basic techniques of screen acting. She had an intimate actress friend there named Mara Delgado, professionally known as Adele Mara, and at her suggestion, Virginia also enrolled her brother, Chick. During this flamboyant seasoning period in Hollywood, Virginia entertained constantly. She was virtually a fixture at Charles Morrison's Macambo Club, also on Sunset Boulevard. Morrison later said she spent so much money there that he couldn't begin to add it up. She always signed the tab. The bill was almost never less than $1,000, and Chick would appear the next morning with a wad of $100 bills to settle the account. Occasionally to relax, Virginia and Chick went to Mexico City. It was never a true rest for either one, for Virginia could soak up staggering quantities of liquor, and she was seen in the gambling joints so often, her red hair framing a flushed face, that the Mexican casino men gave her a nickname. They called her the Flamingo, and it was a name that would stick. In Mexico, where she carefully avoided publicity, and moved on a higher social plane because no one knew her humble background, Virginia soon found powerful government friends who could be useful in a country where any trouble was quickly and quietly disposed of through the right connections. One was the young army officer, Arnesqua. The other 3 were Chato Juarez, Valentino Quintara, an undercover agent for the federal police, and Rafael Ola, a secretary in the presidential palace. A newspaper friend in Mexico City, who had heard of Virginia's adventures below the border but had never seen her there once, asked, "What did she do there? What was she really like?" And the response was, "Well, she was many things. She whored around a lot. Not for money, mind you. She drank a lot and threw money away. But she had one experience, and perhaps it will tell you something about her." There was a postman. His name was José Ramirez Segoviano, and he delivered the mail on the Mexico City route where Virginia lived for a while. One day, there came a very fat envelope from Joe Epstein in Chicago, and José remembered having seen another envelope just like it. He watched her tear it open quickly and take the green money out of it. When she saw he was still standing there, she threw him a couple of pesos. He thanked her and went on. One day there was another envelope. José stopped before he got to her place, carefully opened the envelope, and took out the money. There was $5,000. He counted it 3 times, and though the day was cool, The perspiration ran down his face. He stuffed the money into his pocket and took off a thin scarf he had around his neck. He folded it and put it inside the envelope addressed to Miss Virginia Hill. His tongue was so dry that he could barely get enough saliva to wet the envelope flap so it would stick and stay closed. When Virginia came home an hour later and discovered the theft, she knew it was the postman. She had seen that scarf before. "Chick," she called to her brother, "get hold of Bernie Gerardo. Tell him we need the cops." The police came, and with them an official who was one of Virginia's lovers. They found the postman asleep in his home, and half the money was under his pillow. The police brought José Ramirez Segoviano into the city, to a building that was a sort of precinct headquarters. They called Virginia, told her about the money, and said they would have the rest of it before dawn. They roused José's mother from her small adobe house, brought her to headquarters, and left her in a car parked just a few feet from an open window. "Where did José hide the money?" one of the policemen asked. "I don't know," she said. Into the night, from the open window, came a frightening scream. "That was your son," the policeman said. "They are using the club on him, and the blood runs out of his ears and his nose. Soon, it will run out of his eyes." Virginia and Chick sat in a waiting room nearby, and they heard the terrible cries. Wave upon wave of screams followed, and it was José's mother who broke first. "Stop, stop," she wailed. "Let him alone. I have the money. It is in my house. I will take you there." José Ramirez Segoviano went to jail. Virginia felt a little guilty and sent money to him, but money could not repair the cracked skull and the damaged places inside his head. Virginia wished it had not happened, and she said that if another thief stole money from her envelopes, she might let him keep it. She hated to see people hurt for a few lousy bucks. In the fall of 1940, Ben Siegel, locked up in a county jail cell, was a patient man. He was really not in painful exile. He had the run of the jail floor and was allowed to use the telephone whenever he pleased. He was hero-worshipped by most of the inmates. One of them served as his personal valet, shining the bug's shoes and pressing his jail uniform, which, unlike the baggy clothing worn by the other inmates, had special notched labels and was made of a better grade of denim. Siegel was also permitted to order meals from outside restaurants, including such delicacies as roast pheasant. In this election year, Siegel was the only prisoner allowed to wear a Roosevelt button on his lapel, a disclosure that subsequently disturbed Los Angeles Democrats because they did not believe Siegel was the kind of campaigner who could help FDR. One afternoon, Jim Richardson answered the phone at the Examiner, and a man's voice said, "You the editor? There is something phony going on. I saw Bugsy Siegel on the strip last night." "You're seeing things," Richardson said. "The bug is in jail, and I hope they throw the key away." Richardson called in Howard Hurtle, his top reporter, and told him about the phone call. "Drop anything else you've got," he said, "and stick around the jail. Sleep there if you have to. If Siegel is running around loose, I want to know about it." Hurtle planted himself at the county jail and asked questions of people he trusted. Presently, he reported to his astounded city editor that the rumors were true. Ben Siegel had been out of jail no less than 18 times since October 7th. "In God's name, why?" Richardson exploded. "Well, Jim," Hurtle said, "he's been going out on court orders to get his teeth fixed, talk with his attorney, or do any damn thing he wants. I guess." Richardson smouldered. He had never forgotten Mark Hellinger's embarrassing visit on Siegel's behalf, nor the threats the bug had made. He knew there was a big story in the making, and for Richardson, the story came first. He asked reporter Sid Hughes to join Hurtle, assigned a photographer to them, and told them to follow Siegel every time he left the jail. "If you see him anywhere," Richardson said, "I want a picture, and I want one that shows his face." In the white brick house in Coldwater Canyon, George Raft was in a sour mood. The asthma that squeezed his lungs and awakened him in the night with the fear of impending death, was worse than ever. He was short of cash, as usual, and the overheads at the house were running him into debt. He was squabbling almost daily with Jack Warner at the studio, and he knew that sooner or later there would be a violent climax. He was staring moodily at the large portrait of lovely Norma Shearer on his desk, and that romance was fluttering away like some of the dead leaves in the garden outside, when Mac Gray walked in. "Georgie," he said, "you got a visitor. The Countess Dorothy DeFrasso, and she's in a snit, I can tell you." The Countess was indeed in a snit. She had been crying, but now she was white-faced with anger. Words tumbled out of her mouth. "George, you know I'm crazy about Ben Siegel and you're his best friend, and why in hell don't you tell me what's going on?" "I don't know what you're talking about, Dottie," he said. "Yes, you do," she challenged. "He's fooling around with another girl." Raft spread his hands in resignation. "I'm telling you the truth, Dottie. If Ben has another girl, he has not said a damn thing to me. And anyway, he's in jail, and I haven't heard they're sneaking in girls by the back door." "All right, Georgie," the Countess said. "But do me a favor, please. If you find out anything, let me know. Believe me, if I see him with another girl, I will kill her." "Take it easy, Dottie. You wouldn't kill anybody." "Wouldn't I? Try me." She picked up her mink and swept out, slamming the door. Raft was mulling over the Countess's visit, wondering whether he should tell Ben Siegel about it, when he got a phone call from Wendy Barry, the pretty English actress who was having considerable success in Hollywood. "What's on your mind, Wendy?" Raft asked. "Nothing really important," she answered. "I know you go downtown once in a while to see Ben Siegel, and I'd like to go along on your next visit." "I'd be glad to take you, Wendy," Raft said, "but I don't think they'll let you in." "Oh yes, they will," she said quickly. They made the drive from Beverly Hills, and as Wendy had predicted, they had no trouble getting into the jail. Raft recalls that he went into the visitors' room first, shook hands with Siegel and said, "Wendy Barry's outside. She said she wanted to see you or something, so I brought her along. Ben, how well do you know this girl?" "Hardly at all, Georgie," he said, blue eyes looking out the window toward the distant hills. "She seems like a nice kid." The two men chatted a while, with Siegel expressing confidence that he would soon be free, and then, as Raft waited in an anteroom, Wendy walked in and talked with the gangster. She was only there a few minutes, and then she and Raft got into his Cadillac and started homeward. Sitting at the wheel in the slow-moving traffic, Raft took his eyes off the road and looked at Wendy. "Listen, Wendy," he said, "when it comes to dealing with Ben Siegel, I'm a man and you're a woman, and there's a hell of a difference. I've been publicized with him, and everybody knows we're friends." "So, what does that mean?" "It means that if you go around with Ben Siegel, you'll get hurt. And I mean hurt. Suddenly, nobody will want you in pictures." "I'll take that chance." Later, Raft was to learn that Wendy mentioned the incident to Siegel, and that Siegel was livid with anger. Chick Hill was always lurking around, a friendly peeping Tom during the early war years in Hollywood. He could not recall exactly when Ben Siegel first experienced the formidable allure of his sister, Virginia. She was never one for false modesty. Often she wandered around half naked in her home. When Ben Siegel started visiting, Virginia bathed her body with Chanel No. 5, initially keeping the bedroom door locked. Siegel would bribe Chick with $100 bills to get rid of him. However, as time passed, Siegel allowed Chick to stick around, eventually recruiting him for morning room service, bringing coffee, cigarettes, or anything else the lovers desired. Chick's pockets soon bulged with currency, and when he was old enough to drive, the bug gifted him a new Cadillac convertible. Siegel, still masquerading as a devoted family man to his wife and daughters, and Virginia led a nocturnal existence, frequenting places where they hoped to avoid detection. In many establishments where Virginia stayed with Ben Siegel, even if only for a day or two, she registered under her first name, but used a variety of last names. The wanted poster issued by the federal government eventually listed 21 different aliases she used. Her favorite included Virginia Norma Hall, Virginia Herman, Virginia Oni Dialgi, Oni was her real first name, Virginia Gonzalez, and Oni Virginia Hall. Under any name, Virginia was one of the best-known non-professional big spenders in Hollywood. Hedda Hopper, with her vast espionage network, often had updates on Virginia and her antics. Hopper once told Dean Jennings, "What I remember about this girl is that she had the swingiest parties in town, and a purse so full of new $100 bills that at least one Wilshire Boulevard store thought they were counterfeit. Imagine their embarrassment when they kept Virginia waiting while they had one of these bills checked, and it turned out to be good. Virginia walked out and never went back there again." Despite her extravagant nightlife, none of Virginia's spending was tasteless. She bought jewelry from Lakritz and Rheingold, including a $15,000 diamond ring. Her wardrobe, featuring $3,500 evening gowns, was designed by Howard Greer, a favorite in the movie fashion industry. Greer once admitted that Virginia paid him $43,000 in a little over 2 years, though Chick believed this was less than 10% of her actual clothing expenditures. Virginia always had more than 100 pairs of shoes, and her furs included 4 mink coats, half a dozen mink stoles, 1 ermine, a $5,000 sable, and 2 Persian lamb coats. Her domestic luxuries were equally impressive. Virginia owned English bone china, crystal glassware, and a sterling silver service for 12, all carefully transported from one apartment to another. Her collection of sweaters, suits, and sports clothes, most imported from London, could stock a small store. She drove a Cadillac convertible, buying a new model every year, and refused to drive any other make. Once, when her car was being serviced, she had a dinner date at the Beverly Hills Hotel and asked Siegel to get her another Cadillac for the evening. Lacking one himself, Siegel called Mickey Cohen, known for his flashy car, and asked him to lend it to Virginia. "What for?" Mickey demanded. "She needs it, and that's reason enough," Siegel replied. Mickey reluctantly delivered the gleaming car to Siegel. Virginia drove it to the party, but at 2 a.m. she had to take a taxi home. Someone had stolen Mickey's car from the hotel garage, and it took the police 2 days to find it. Virginia's life was a whirlwind of luxury, scandal, and high society, her name synonymous with the glittering underbelly of Hollywood. Her escapades, lavish lifestyle, and the infamous company she kept made her a legend in her own right, living a life that was as glamorous as it was notorious. Senator Kefauver could be forgiven for his sharp tone with Virginia Hill when she testified under oath that her annual income averaged $16,000 a year from horse race bets, and that her material possessions, including luxurious items, were merely gifts from admirers. "When I was with Ben," she declared on the stand, "he bought me everything." Chick Hill, who had traveled with her for years, scoffed at this understatement. According to Chick, whatever Virginia received from her gangster lover, Ben Siegel, was mere pocket change compared to the substantial sums she got from Joe Epstein. Chick recalled how, when Virginia desired a winter retreat in Florida, Siegel generously offered the down payment. She selected a furnished house on Sunset Island No. 1 in Miami Beach, owned by Randolph and Catherine Hearst. Randolph later became president of Hearst Consolidated Publications, priced at $49,900. "Catherine and I thought Miss Hill was a nice old lady from Pasadena," Hearst admitted. Instead, much to the embarrassment of the realty company, she turned out to be the notorious Virginia Hill, girlfriend of Bugsy Siegal. Siegel provided $30,000 in cash, and Virginia covered the remainder with a first mortgage, requiring monthly payments of $180. Despite its expense, Virginia rarely used the house, only moving her possessions there when she believed mob gunmen were planning to kill her. Fearing imminent attack, she called in electricians to install a series of floodlights around the house and grounds, controlled from inside. Photoelectric cells were strategically placed to set off alarms and illuminate the area with 500-watt lamps if any stranger approached. Distrusting the police, Virginia hired Ed Bishop, head of Florida Investigation Associates, to maintain a 24-hour guard. Miami Beach Police Chief Phil Short, uneasy about Virginia's fortress, formally visited her. "We keep things under control here," he cautioned. "This is bad for the town." "I suggest you mind your own business," Virginia retorted. "I can take care of myself." Chief Short, losing his temper, responded, "Okay, Miss Hill, but I have one thing to say. If you're going to get killed in California, not here." Despite contributing towards the Miami house, Siegel was misrepresented when Virginia told Kefauver that he gave her everything. For years, Virginia squandered annually perhaps 5 times more money than Siegel could accumulate. She was extravagantly generous with friends, impulsively gifting cars, mink coats, jewelry, cash, and other presents. Once, upon hearing from Siegel about one of his charities, the Jewish Home for the Aged in Los Angeles, she attended a fundraising luncheon there. When the chairman called for contributions to the Mary Pickford bungalow to be built on the institution's grounds, Virginia, in a melodramatic gesture, pulled out $1,000 in cash from her mobile safe deposit box. The newspapers reported the next day that her donation was one of the striking moments of the program, identifying her only as Miss Virginia Hill, as her underworld background was unknown to the good ladies of the Jewish Home. Virginia Hill's life was a turbulent mix of opulence, danger, and notoriety. Her testimony before Senator Kefauver was just one chapter in a saga that intertwined with some of the most infamous characters of her time, her actions continuously blurring the lines between high society and the criminal underworld. There could never be a full accounting of the cash Virginia Hill received and spent during her spectacular years. Chick Hill estimated that she must have taken in as much as $5 million, but she never bothered to invest any of it in stocks, real estate, or anything other than pure enjoyment. During that same period, she or Joe Epstein sent 47 Western Union money orders to her mother in Marietta, Georgia, with amounts ranging from $20 to $2,200. Chick remembered one afternoon at the Seneca Hotel in Chicago, where he and Virginia were staying temporarily. She rushed into his room, waking him abruptly, and stuffed $12,000 into his hand. "Ben just called me about a horse at Santa Anita," she exclaimed excitedly. "Take this money and bet it. And hurry, it's only 15 minutes to post time." "Where'll I bet it?" "With Joe," Chick asked groggily. "Don't be stupid, Chick. Book it at Charlie's. You have been there before. Get going," she snapped. Chick scrambled into his clothes, drove to the bookies so fast that he dented another car's wing as he turned a corner, and placed the bet. The horse won, and Chick was back in the apartment 30 minutes later with $30,000. Like many other races on which Virginia and Chick placed large wagers following Siegel's tips, this Santa Anita event was fixed. As disillusioning as it may be to the honest bettor, Mickey Cohen once remarked that the mob needed only 1 or 2 fixed races or fights a year to make a major financial killing. Siegel's diaries occasionally showed losing bets on various events, but the amounts involved were relatively insignificant. He never lost the big ones. Any cash Virginia picked up from these occasional bets was just extra. She did not need horse races or anything else as long as the money flowed in from Chicago. A green river, never out of touch. At first, the money came by registered or special delivery letter. Sometimes it was a Western Union money order or an Air Express package. After the Segoviano theft in Mexico, Epstein no longer trusted the mails, and the cash was sent to Virginia through Chick or some personal friend. In the United States, at a later stage, When Virginia discovered she was being investigated by the Internal Revenue Service, she had the money delivered to her personal maid, Dell Gordon, or shipped to her in shoeboxes labeled RX lotion. At times, Epstein brought it to her himself, flying thousands of miles to stay an hour or two. Only one outsider, reporter Floribel Muir, ever actually saw a money package delivered. Miss Muir wrote later, "I was in Westmore's beauty salon one afternoon before Virginia came in, and saw a package addressed to her from a J. Epstein in Chicago. I hung about to learn what the package contained. When she opened it, I heard her telling the manicurist that someone had sent her 10 $1,000 bills. She asked Perk Westmore to change one of the bills and handed $50 tips all around. Later, Virginia made arrangements to have the large sums, $10,000 or more, personally delivered to Chick. When word came from Chicago, Chick would go to the airport in Los Angeles, meet Epstein as he disembarked from his plane, and receive an envelope with the cash. In almost every case, Epstein took the next flight back to Chicago, and Chick handed the envelope to his sister. Once in Mexico, Chick counted $50,000 in an envelope handed to him at the airport by Epstein. "I spent half my life going to airports in Las Vegas, Los Angeles, New Orleans, and other cities as a money messenger," Chick said. Occasionally, because he was not above a little larceny, Chick extracted $500 or $1,000 for himself and gave Virginia the rest. "She never knew exactly how much there would be," he said, "and she never missed it." On one occasion, when she unexpectedly ran out of cash, she phoned Epstein with a sob in her voice, claiming that Chick had been seriously injured in a car accident. "He would be crippled for life," she said, "unless he could have an immediate operation by an expensive Los Angeles surgeon." Epstein promptly sent her $10,000, and she and Chick laughed themselves silly. Virginia Hill's life was an extravagant whirlwind, filled with cash, drama, and high stakes. Her network of connections, her audacious actions, and her ability to navigate through a treacherous world of crime and luxury made her a legend in her own right, embodying the very essence of danger and glamour in mid-20th century America. The question inevitably arose, why did Joe Epstein send Virginia Hill these enormous sums of money over the years? Senator Kefauver and his investigators sought the answer, but came up empty-handed. Government agents spent countless hours trying to track down the source of the money and a plausible explanation for its steady flow into Virginia's hands. Some suggested that Virginia had a stake in Epstein's bookie operation. Columnists Jack Late and Lee Mortimer speculated that Virginia was a female gangster, receiving her cut of the national rackets. Others guessed she was an extortion artist demanding payoffs for her silence. Virgil Peterson, director of the Chicago Crime Commission, considered the possibility that Virginia was a front for major gambling interests. Noting that Epstein continued sending money to Virginia even while she was living with Ben Siegel and other men, Peterson remarked, "One's credulity is somewhat taxed when he is asked to believe that Epstein continued to furnish Virginia large sums of money solely out of his love for her." One federal agent believed that originally Virginia made a fortune gambling on fixed events and stashed it away. Later, he was convinced she invested in international illegal market and hijack operations, maintaining an apartment in Zurich, Switzerland, to manage these interests. Only two people, Epstein and Virginia, knew the truth. Epstein, who had been questioned so many times that he began to twitch at the mere sight of a briefcase, had not offered anything conclusive. He was notably absent when Senator Kefauver's agents tried to serve him a subpoena. Epstein consistently claimed that all the money Virginia received was her own. He had to say that, or explain where he got it. Under oath to Ray McCarthy, a special agent for the California State Bureau of Criminal Investigation, Epstein stated he was merely a caretaker for Virginia's funds and maintained a safe deposit box for her in a bank at 33 North LaSalle Street in Chicago. When Virginia needed cash, he said, he retrieved it from the box. And what did Virginia have to say? In 1965, after years of stubborn silence, an angered and embittered Virginia finally spoke her mind. Found in Salzburg, Austria, she revealed over the overseas telephone, "Epstein gave me all the money I ever had. I hated him. He never gave me any peace. I know hundreds of women in America who were kept by men. Why don't they pay taxes? If they are going to put me in jail for that, why don't they put the rest of them?" Epstein told me how much tax to pay. He is the one. I took money from no one else. He shoved it down my throat. He always told me if anything happened, he could explain it. He is the one. He annoyed me all my life, since I was 17 years old. 2 years ago, I told him to go to hell when he tried to get me back. Why doesn't he start talking? I think he could do a little explaining. He's the one. Chick was standing beside Dean Jennings as he relayed Virginia's words. When Jennings asked Chick, "How about that? Why did he keep on sending her money if she hated him?" Chick replied, "I don't think he really knows. My brother Billy and I had dinner with him in Las Vegas one night, and I asked him. He said he had been helping her for so long that he just got into the habit. He did not know why or why not. He just said he had her when she was 17, and he felt sorry for her, and he was going to keep on sending it. Maybe he felt guilty about her. Perhaps she did hate him. Perhaps he did love her, until Bugsy Siegel came on the scene. But hate or love made no difference. The money kept coming from Chicago, and she got it and spent it wherever she was. She thought it would last forever. Virginia Hill's life, a maelstrom of wealth, mystery, and intrigue, was inextricably tied to the enigmatic flow of cash from Epstein. Her relationships, whether forged in love, hate, or a complex blend of both, painted a vivid picture of a woman who lived on the edge, always expecting the green river of money to flow uninterrupted. Even as investigators and those close to her puzzled over the true nature of her finances, the enigma of Virginia Hill remained, a testament to the tangled web of crime, passion, and unrelenting fortune. Meyer Lansky's life was a dance between shadows and the spotlight, a delicate balance he mastered with unparalleled skill. In the late 30s, as Thomas E. Dewey waged war against the underworld, Lansky was determined to keep his name far from the headlines. Luciano's imprisonment only reinforced this resolve. A private man by nature, Lansky cherished his family, and his joy was boundless when his third child, a daughter named Sandra, was born on December 6, 1937. Despite his deep affection for his children, his marriage grew increasingly strained, plagued by the specter of his hidden underworld connections. Lansky receded further into the shadows as the 30s drew to a close. His next public appearance was his registration with the Selective Service Board on February 14, 1942. Though he registered in Los Angeles, he listed his permanent address as 411 West End Avenue in New York, notably close to Dewey's residence. To the Los Angeles local board 242, Lansky claimed to work for Krieg, Spector, and Citron at 727 Monroe Street, Hoboken, New Jersey, as a vice president in charge of personnel. He suggested he could best serve his country as a machine operator, a skill from his youth. Lansky maintained communication with the Selective Service Board, updating them on his address changes, such as his move to 211 Central Park West in 1943. Despite being just 5 years shy of the draft age limit, Lansky was never called up, though he later expressed his willingness to serve if needed. Lansky's life had become far more complex than any draft board form could capture. Since Luciano's imprisonment in 1936, Lansky had been tirelessly building a gambling empire, focusing on Florida and Cuba, the favorite haunts of wealthy Americans. He forged strong ties with Cuban dictator Batista becoming the unseen force behind the island's casino gambling scene. Lansky's confidant, Doc Stacher, handled the cash bribes to Batista and oversaw the couriers transporting money and gambling profits from Cuba to Switzerland. In 1937, Lansky masterminded the creation of one of the world's most luxurious casinos in Havana's Hotel Nacional. Around the same time, he leased a highly profitable racetrack near Havana from New York's National City Bank. During Dewey's relentless campaign against New York's underworld, Lansky retreated first to Florida and then to Cuba. His extended stay at the Hotel Nacional drew the FBI's attention, and agents sought his help in their narcotics investigation against Lepke and others. Lansky, ever the gentleman, politely declined assistance, offering his business address on Broadway, New York, for further inquiries. He courteously offered the agents a drink before showing them the door. Doc Stacher recounted, "Meyer was the first to think about Cuba. Way back in the early 30s, we knew the island from our bootlegging days. With its great weather, good hotels and casinos, it was the perfect exotic getaway for the wealthy. Meyer could have gone solo, building his private gambling empire there. But that was not his style. He spoke to Lucky Luciano and other friends at a meeting in Luciano's Waldorf Towers suite in the spring of 1933. Some could not understand why we should invest in a place outside America, but Meyer saw the potential." Lansky's vision transformed Cuba into a gambling haven, drawing the rich and powerful from across America to its shores. His ability to see beyond borders and envision a lucrative future marked him as a mastermind of the underworld, a man who operated in shadows yet influenced the world stage. Meyer Lansky, with his characteristic patience and strategic foresight, outlined his grand vision for the Havana gambling operation. He explained that a substantial initial investment would eventually yield immense fortunes for everyone involved. The bootlegging days had left them with a significant cash surplus, and the primary challenge was finding a safe and profitable place to invest it. Switzerland, with its mere interest earnings, held little appeal. Lansky proposed that each member of their syndicate contribute $500,000 to kickstart the Havana venture. Charlie "Lucky" Luciano, the influential leader of the group, immediately backed the plan, followed by 10 others, including notable figures like Bugsy Siegel, Mo Dalitz, Phil Castell, and Chuck Polizzi. With the money pooled, Lansky and Doc Stacher flew to Havana, carrying the cash in suitcases. They met with Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista, who initially doubted their financial capability. Lansky took Batista to their hotel, opened the suitcases, and displayed the cash. Batista stared in astonishment before shaking hands with Lansky, sealing their partnership. Over the next week, Lansky and Batista held several meetings, solidifying their mutual understanding and agreement. Lansky guaranteed Batista an annual payment between $3 and $5 million in exchange for a monopoly on casinos at the Hotel Nacional and other tourist hotspots on the island. Additionally, Batista was promised a share of the profits. This deal marked the beginning of a lucrative enterprise that soon expanded to other parts of the Caribbean, with Cuba as its crown jewel. Lansky's vision extended beyond the Caribbean. He envisioned American-style casinos spreading across Europe. However, World War II curtailed these ambitions, leaving them to focus on their operations in Florida and the Caribbean. Despite the war's disruption, the Havana operation flourished, becoming their most profitable venture. Even after Luciano's imprisonment, Lansky remained loyal to his old friend. Doc Stacher accompanied Lansky on visits to Luciano in his grim cell at Dannemora, infamously nicknamed Siberia. During these visits, Lansky updated Luciano on the Havana deal, assuring him that his share of the profits was being safeguarded in Switzerland. Luciano requested some funds be allocated to his family in America, and the two meticulously planned the distribution of the profits. Lansky also confided in Luciano and the others about a private deal with Batista concerning the sugar supply for his Alaska company. This arrangement was a personal business venture separate from their collective operations, aimed at ensuring the well-being of Lansky's family and in-laws. Lansky's unwavering dedication to his friends and family underscored his unique blend of loyalty, strategic acumen, and visionary thinking. Thus, Lansky's Havana venture not only exemplified his ability to turn clandestine operations into legitimate businesses, but also showcased his talent for building alliances and securing the future for those he cared about. The Havana casinos became a symbol of his ingenuity and his remarkable capacity to navigate and dominate the complex world of organized crime. Meyer Lansky had always harbored a desire to demonstrate that he could operate legitimately, even if it were an ironic ambition, given that his company primarily produced illegal alcohol. When Luciano entrusted Lansky with the management of all his financial affairs and the rackets under his control, it sent a clear signal to the entire underworld. The little man was the one to trust with their money. As Doc Stacher recounted, Meyer became, you might say, the bookkeeper, but really the financial advisor for nearly all the important guys. They trusted him, and never once through the years was there any suggestion that Meyer misused his power. It was Meyer who organized our network for funneling money to Swiss banks through the Caribbean islands and countries in South America. We trusted him totally. I never heard anyone say anything disloyal about Meyer. Despite his numerous responsibilities and special interest in Cuba and Florida, Lansky never neglected the rest of the United States. In the mid-30s, he suggested to Bugsy Siegel that it was time to explore opportunities out west. Siegel, captivated by the allure of the West Coast and particularly Hollywood, eagerly took up the challenge. Lansky envisioned untapped gambling potential not just in Los Angeles and other urban areas in California, but also in the relatively underdeveloped state of Nevada. Tall, handsome, and impulsive, Benjamin Bugsy Siegel was determined to make a mark in his new territory, though he was equally drawn to the glamour of Hollywood. His siblings, Maurice, Esther, Ethel, and Bessie, were uneasy about his criminal activities, but in his wife's eyes, Bugsy could do no wrong. When he explained to Esther Krawcow that the California climate would benefit their daughters, Millicent and Barbara, she dutifully began packing. Before the Siegels departed for California, Lansky advised Bugsy with a wry smile, "Take it easy with those Hollywood broads. I know you've always wanted to get laid by actresses." Siegel later reflected, "Meyer didn't laugh very often. I was surprised at him, but I often thought Meyer knew me better than I knew myself." Indeed, Bugsy and Meyer shared a bond closer than blood brothers. As Doc Stacher noted, Bugsy saved Meyer's life more than once. One such instance was when Waxy Gordon discovered that it was Meyer who had sent his brother Jake to provide the authorities with the evidence that put Waxy behind bars. Although Waxy was out of action, Charlie "Chink" Sherman sought revenge. Sherman, along with hitman Tony Fabrazzo, tracked Lansky and Siegel to their meeting spot on Grand Street in New York. Bugsy spotted the bomb they had planted and heroically flung it out of the window just before it detonated. He was injured in the explosion, but remained undeterred, continuing to defend Lansky and pursue their enemies relentlessly. In the vibrant, volatile world of organized crime, Meyer Lansky stood out as a figure of integrity and strategic brilliance. His careful stewardship of vast financial empires, coupled with his loyalty and vision, cemented his legacy as one of the most trusted and effective leaders in the underworld. His ability to blend criminal endeavors with legitimate aspirations marked him as a unique and formidable force, respected by allies and feared by adversaries alike. Bugsy Siegel was a man of action and resolve, never one to let a threat go unanswered. When Tony Fabrazzo tried to kill Meyer Lansky, Bugsy tracked him down in Brooklyn and exacted swift retribution. However, despite his loyalty, Bugsy grew restless, chafing under Lansky's shadow. Understanding this, Lansky devised a plan to send Bugsy to the West Coast, hoping the new assignment would satiate his restlessness and keep him out of Dewey's crosshairs. Bugsy's move was not without complications. He was already acquainted with George Raft, an actor renowned for his gangster roles, and they quickly engaged in several ventures on behalf of their Lower East Side associates. Yet, Siegel's arrival in California ruffled the feathers of the local underworld, led by Jack Dragner. Anticipating trouble, Lansky sought Luciano's help. Luciano, despite being incarcerated in Dannemora, wielded enough influence to persuade Dragner to cooperate, arguing that California's vast opportunities could accommodate everyone. Reluctantly, Dragner agreed to Luciano's request, though he resented Siegel's brash presence and bided his time for retribution. Upon arriving in Hollywood, Bugsy wasted no time integrating into the glamorous lifestyle. He rented a mansion from famed singer Lawrence Tibbett and embarked on a whirlwind romance with French actress Ketty Gallion, followed by numerous starlets. Bugsy frequented the Santa Anita racetrack with Raft, betting heavily and enjoying the high life. His social circle soon included Hollywood royalty like Cary Grant, Clark Gable, Gary Cooper, and Jean Harlow. Despite his hectic social life, Siegel did not forget his primary mission: making money. He formed alliances with Dragner and Mickey Cohen, a Brooklyn-born gunman turned Los Angeles native. Together, they masterminded gambling operations along the Los Angeles waterfront and launched the Rex, a gambling ship off the coast. However, some of Bugsy's ventures were too extravagant for Lansky's liking. One such escapade involved searching for Spanish treasure on Cocos Island with the flamboyant Countess Dorothy de Frasso, nearly blowing up the island with dynamite, only to return empty-handed. Bugsy's adventures continued in Europe, where he travelled with de Frasso. There he met leading Nazis, including Hermann Goering and Joseph Goebbels, both of whom he allegedly wanted to shoot. His travels took him to the high spots on the French Riviera with George Raft, until a stern cable from Lansky brought him back to reality. Lansky ordered him to return home and focus on business, admonishing him to stop thinking you're a movie star. Siegel's notoriety only grew when he was implicated in the murder of Big Greenie Greenberg and had to go into hiding. This bolstered his glamorous reputation in Hollywood, making it almost compulsory for celebrities to include him in their circles. However, by 1941, the allure of Bugsy Siegel and his Hollywood connections began to fade. The American public's attention shifted dramatically when the United States entered World War II in December 1941. The focus turned to a different kind of villain: the Nazi regime and its aim to conquer the world under the swastika. Bugsy Siegel's life was a volatile mix of glamour and danger, marked by his audacious personality and his relentless pursuit of power and wealth. His time on the West Coast exemplified the risks and rewards of living on the edge, a testament to the turbulent yet fascinating world of organized crime. One of the biggest mysteries before the book was released was how exactly Luciano managed to get out of prison. The stories varied, some claiming military service, others redemption through unknown deeds. The newspapers buzzed with speculation. At this moment in time, the McLennan hearing committees were in session, demanding explanations from those involved in Luciano's release. Tom Dewey and other Republicans had to defend their actions, explaining why Luciano, one of the world's biggest narcotics traffickers, had been freed. Dewey faced the most scrutiny in 1951, with no solid justification for his decisions. But Luciano was ready to clarify how he secured his freedom. "I read 1,000,000 stories about me and Dewey, and how I got paroled, and all of them are so much horseshit," Luciano said. The real story began in 1940, when Luciano sent a note to Lansky through Mo Polikoff, suggesting they back Dewey for governor. The idea grew from there, with unexpected twists, like the time Judge McCook visited Luciano in prison. Judge McCook, known for his harsh judgments and moral righteousness, had been one of Luciano's surprise visitors. Despite his reputation for fairness, Luciano knew the judge had been biased, driven by emotion rather than evidence. The judge had never given Luciano a fair trial, and this injustice had haunted McCook. Following Luciano's sentencing, the judge experienced personal and financial disasters, which he attributed to a Sicilian curse. Luciano recalled the unexpected visit. "I wasn't expecting nobody, and it kind of made me nervous, what with all that was going on in New York with Reis. I could only think it had to be some bad news." Instead of the usual visitors' room, Luciano was taken to Dr. Martin's office, where he met the aged and desperate Judge McCook. Jesus, I hardly recognized him. In 4 years the guy had aged 1,000,000 years, Luciano noted. McCook, who had looked at Luciano with scorn during the trial, was now a broken man, begging for forgiveness. He believed deeply in religion, curses, and karma, and was convinced Luciano had cursed him. Luciano listened, hiding his amusement and anger, using the judge's desperation to his advantage. Then he gets to it. He tells me that after he sent me up, his house burned down to the ground and everything he owned was destroyed. But that was only the beginning. He says his wife and one of his kids died, and he was getting hit by all kinds of disasters, one right after the other, Luciano recounted. The judge believed his misfortunes were due to Luciano's curse, and he pleaded for its removal. I didn't feel no pity for that dirty bastard. Why should I? What did he feel when he sent me up on that phony rap, which he knew goddamn well was phony? Luciano's lack of sympathy was evident, but he saw an opportunity. He promised McCook the curse would be lifted if the judge helped him in the future. McCook, desperate and broken, agreed. Luciano's plan required more than just McCook's cooperation. He needed political leverage. I sent word to Polakov that I wanted him to bring Costello and Lansky to Dannemora right away, Luciano recalled. He knew Dewey, the legal gangster who had framed him, could be bought if approached correctly. Costello and Lansky were skeptical, but intrigued. Luciano had thought through every detail. I told them the only way I'd ever have a chance to get free was if we had a strong and direct line to the governor of New York. Who was the governor that would spring me? I figured it had to be nobody else but Tom Dewey, Luciano explained. Dewey owed his fame to the headlines from Luciano's case, and Luciano believed Dewey could be persuaded. The war in Europe provided another advantage. With America looking for help, especially on the docks, Luciano knew his connections could be valuable. I didn't know how long the fucking war was going to last, but it had done me a lot of favors, Luciano said. The war meant the witnesses against him were back in New York, vulnerable and alone. Luciano wanted to clear his name and use the war effort as leverage. Luciano's confidence grew as he laid out his plan. What I wanted most of them was a confession from all of them that it was Dewey himself that made them lie, that it was Dewey that coached them, that it was Dewey that paid them off, he told Polakov, Costello, and Lansky. Dewey's involvement had to be undeniable. Costello questioned the plan's feasibility if Dewey did not win the governorship. Luciano had already considered this. I turned to my admin machine and I said to Meyer, "What are the odds that Dewey runs and wins?" Lansky's calculations were reassuring. "I make it a good 5-1 or better. If he does not break a leg and he have our help, he will walk in." Polakov raised another critical point. Dewey's presidential ambitions would prevent him from openly helping Luciano. But Luciano had a secret weapon, Vito Genovese in Italy, with high-level contacts, including Mussolini. In his letter, Vito told me how great he was doing. He made a lot of contacts down in Sicily, with guys whose names I give him before he left, Luciano said. He knew Dewey needed a strong, legitimate excuse to free him, and his connections provided that. Luciano's meticulous planning, leveraging political connections, exploiting wartime needs and manipulating superstitious beliefs, ultimately secured his freedom. His story, full of twists and strategic moves, revealed the complex interplay of power, influence, and survival in the world of organized crime. Luciano knew the Navy was deeply concerned about keeping the docks safe from spies and sabotage. They needed trustworthy men on the inside, and no one controlled the docks better than Luciano and his associates. The stakes were high, with FDR himself being informed in the White House that the man who could control the docks was locked up because of him. Luciano, aware of this through newspapers, saw an opportunity to leverage the situation to his advantage. I had a newspaper with me, and I showed them how the Navy Department was giving out a lot of stories about sabotage, the fifth column, and that kind of thing, Luciano recounted. The headlines spoke of a campaign called Zip Your Lip, underscoring the fear of German subs and spies targeting the eastern waterfront, especially in New York. As Luciano laid out his plan, he watched for reactions. Lansky was the first to catch on, his smile spreading. "Charlie, I get it. It is terrific. How can Dewey turn down a patriotic hero?" "I got to hand it to you," Lansky said, understanding the genius of Luciano's plan. Costello, catching on, added, "Charlie, I think we can handle all the angles. We got a lot of people with Navy guys down on Church Street, and we can pass the word round about anything. I think you're as good as out." Luciano outlined the two crucial steps: create a front-page incident necessitating the Navy's intervention, and secure new watertight affidavits from the witnesses against him. "They all thought it would be dynamite," Luciano explained. "But I said no, I had something else in mind. I just needed to be absolutely sure we had it under lock and key." As Luciano sensed his impending freedom, his frustration grew. He snapped at fellow inmates and became more irritable, feeling the strain of his nerves. Relief came unexpectedly from Albert Anastasia, who conceived a bold plan that would make organized crime history. Costello relayed Anastasia's idea. Albert, collaborating with his brother, Tough Tony, of the International Longshoremen's Association, had noticed the heightened security concerns on the docks. The Navy was terrified of sabotage, making the docks a prime target. "It took a guy like Albert to figure out something really crazy," Luciano noted. Albert's plan was to stage a massive act of sabotage that would terrify the Navy. The perfect target presented itself in the form of the Normandy, a grand French luxury liner docked on Manhattan's west side. The government was negotiating with Charles de Gaulle to convert it into a troopship. "Albert figures that if something could happen to the Normandy, which would really make everybody crap their pants," Luciano said, admiring the brilliance of the plan. Luciano gave the green light, instructing his men to execute the sabotage with precision. They knew the timing was critical, as the country was on high alert. "It was a great idea, and I didn't figure it was really going to hurt the war effort, because the ship was nowhere near ready," Luciano rationalized. "So I sent back word to Albert to handle it." A few days later, Luciano heard the news on the radio. The Normandy was ablaze, beyond saving. "The goddamn Anastasia! He really done a job," Luciano thought, proud of the execution. Later, Albert reassured him, saying, "As a sergeant in the army, I hated the fucking Navy anyway." With the Normandy in ruins, the Navy was desperate. Luciano's plan had worked perfectly, creating the leverage he needed. The Navy, now acutely aware of the vulnerability of their docks, sought out Luciano's assistance, aligning their interest with his freedom. Through cunning, strategic planning, and bold actions, Luciano orchestrated his path to freedom, turning the tide in his favor amidst the chaos of war. On November 9, 1942, as American forces were still finding their footing in the war and the Axis powers seemed formidable, a dramatic event shook New York City. The former French luxury liner Normandy, now renamed the Lafayette and being converted into a massive troop carrier, suddenly burst into flames at its North River moorings on Manhattan's west side. This ship had been a symbol of French pride, having won the coveted blue ribbon of the Atlantic. With its high speed, it was seen as a critical asset for transporting troops across the Atlantic, a difficult target for the prowling German submarines. As fires raged across the Normandy, it became evident that arson was the likely cause. Despite valiant efforts to extinguish the flames, the majestic liner eventually rolled over at its mooring, its wreck a stark and demoralizing sight on Manhattan's waterfront. This catastrophe raised alarming questions. Had Nazi saboteurs infiltrated New York so deeply that they could strike at will? Or was there a local sympathizer among the workforce on the piers? The public was not privy to the near panic that engulfed U.S. Navy headquarters in Washington. The Port of New York was crucial, handling nearly half of all U.S. foreign trade. Its vast expanse of cargo docks, warehouses, and passenger ship piers stretched across Manhattan, Queens, New Jersey, and Brooklyn, covering nearly 800 miles of waterfront. Every day, this sprawling area buzzed with activity, with about 25,000 motor truck trips, nearly 1,000 railroad cars, and 2,000 trucks coming and going. Ensuring total security in such a vast, bustling environment seemed an insurmountable challenge. Compounding the difficulty was the fact that the port's operations depended heavily on thousands of longshoremen to load and unload cargoes. Mechanization was still a distant future, and the International Longshoremen's Association, which dominated East Coast dock workers, was deeply influenced by the Mafia. A single command from the underworld could halt or sabotage the entire harbor's operations. Through this vital port, essential war supplies, guns, tanks, airplane parts, and food flowed to Europe to support the beleaguered Allies. Even before the Normandy disaster, U.S. naval intelligence had been grappling with the possibility of espionage within the port. They suspected that ship convoy information was being relayed to German submarines by agents in New York. Reports suggested that shipping data and even refueling assistance for submarines might be traced to criminal elements among the Italian and German-speaking dock workers. By 1942, the war at sea was dire. March alone saw 50 ships sunk by German U-boats, many of which were the efficient long-range Meyer sea submarines operating from heavily fortified bases in the French ports of Saint-Nazaire and Lorient. Bombing raids on these bases proved ineffective. The losses were staggering: 24 American vessels and 8 British ones among them, with other ships belonging to countries like Norway. In the 3 months leading up to the Normandy disaster, 71 merchant vessels had been torpedoed by Hitler's submarines. These figures represented devastating losses of men and material, with a psychological impact rivaling that of Pearl Harbor. Naval intelligence appeared woefully unprepared to address the submarine threat. The burning of the Normandy underscored a grim reality. America's greatest port was vulnerable, its vital supply lines at risk, and its navy seemingly at a loss for effective countermeasures. The fiery demise of the Normandy was more than a physical loss. It was a powerful psychological victory for the Axis, casting a long shadow over the Allied war effort. In the midst of World War II, as the battle against the Axis powers intensified, the United States faced a critical internal security threat. On November 9, 1942, the former French luxury liner Normandy, now renamed the Lafayette and being converted into a troop carrier, burst into flames at its moorings on Manhattan's west side. The Normandy had been a symbol of French pride and an essential asset for transporting troops across the Atlantic. The sight of the majestic liner rolling over, consumed by fire, was a severe psychological blow to the Allied cause, raising questions about Nazi sabotage in the heart of New York City. Alarmed by the disaster, the Navy Department, under Secretary Frank Knox, sought immediate action. Knox went directly to President Roosevelt, who proposed the creation of a special intelligence unit to oversee security in the 3rd Naval District, encompassing New York, Connecticut, and northern New Jersey ports. This unit was to operate directly under Knox's control, bypassing the usual security hierarchy. This decision caused irritation among Navy brass, but was deemed necessary to swiftly address the security breach. Secrecy shrouded the operations of this intelligence unit. After considerable internal strife, naval security managed to ensure that reports were funneled directly to them, and then to Secretary Knox. The activities within the 3rd Naval District became one of the best-kept secrets of the war. A significant reason for this secrecy was the unit's cooperation with the Mafia to bolster port security. The extent of this collaboration became apparent after the war when, on January 3, 1946, New York Governor Thomas E. Dewey announced the commutation of Lucky Luciano's 30 to 50-year sentence, sending him to Italy. This unexpected move fueled rumors about Luciano's wartime role. In 1954, William B. Herlands, New York State Commissioner of Investigation, conducted a secret 9-month inquiry into these rumors. Despite resistance from naval authorities, Herlands uncovered that contacts with Luciano had indeed facilitated cooperation with naval intelligence. Rear Admiral Carl F. Espe, Director of Naval Intelligence, later admitted, "We are advised that contacts made with Luciano and his influence on other criminal sources resulted in their cooperation with naval intelligence, which was considered useful to the Navy." Herland's report concluded, "The evidence demonstrates that Luciano's assistance and cooperation were secured by naval intelligence in the course of the evolving and expanding requirements of national security. No practical purpose would be served by debating the technical scope of Luciano's aid to the war effort. Over and beyond any precise rating is the crystal-clear fact that Luciano and his associates and contacts, during a period when the outcome of the war appeared extremely grave, were responsible for a wide range of services which were considered useful to the Navy. Unofficial accounts suggest a robust partnership between the Mafia and the Navy beginning in 1942. Sinister-looking men, far from the typical Navy types, were frequently seen entering and leaving the Navy's New York headquarters at 90 Church Street, and later at number 50, downtown Manhattan. These were the headquarters of Lieutenant Commander Charles Radcliffe Haffenden, head of the B-3, investigative section of the 3rd Naval District's intelligence staff. Haffenden, an extroverted and unorthodox Navy man, had risen from the ranks during World War I and held various peacetime jobs, including that of a brick salesman. He quickly understood the severity of his task in naval intelligence, lamenting the Navy's long neglect of intelligence work. Haffenden's approach was pragmatic and unconventional. An aide described him. "He took no notice of regulations and red tape and other crap like that. He once told me, 'I will talk to anybody, a priest, a bank manager, a gangster, the devil himself if I can get the information I need. This is a war. American lives are at stake. It is not a college game where we have to look up the rule book every minute, and we're not running a headquarters office where regulations must be followed to the letter. I have a job to do.'" Recognizing that notorious criminals were reluctant to be seen at Navy headquarters, Haffenden arranged meetings at his discreet offices in the Astor Hotel in Midtown Manhattan. His predecessors had failed to penetrate the tight-knit dockside community, where longshoremen, distrustful of outsiders, maintained a code of silence. Efforts to investigate the Normandy fire had stalled as dock workers uniformly declared, "We don't know nothing." The collaboration between naval intelligence and organized crime was a desperate but necessary measure to secure the vital port of New York. The port handled nearly half of the United States foreign trade, with its sprawling docks, warehouses, and piers bustling with activity. Mechanization was still a distant future, and thousands of longshoremen were needed to handle the cargoes. The Mafia-dominated International Longshoremen's Association controlled the docks, and a command from the underworld could halt or sabotage operations critical to the war effort. Through this unorthodox alliance, the Navy sought to secure the flow of essential war supplies to Europe. Despite the unconventional methods and the secrecy surrounding the operation, the partnership with organized crime played a crucial role in maintaining the security of the nation's most vital port during a time of dire need. When Lieutenant Commander Charles Radcliffe Haffenden took charge of the 3rd Naval District's intelligence operations during World War II, he knew he had to make contact with the Mafia leaders, those with the authority and willingness to provide the crucial information the Navy needed. The task was daunting. As Haffenden put it, the devil himself had to be consulted, because he alone could give the Navy the answers they were looking for. Recognizing the limitations of his naval agents, who were often fresh-faced and inexperienced in dealing with the gritty realities of the docks, the Navy appealed to Manhattan District Attorney Thomas E. Dewey. Dewey, renowned for his knowledge of New York's underworld, assigned his dedicated investigator, Murray Gurfein, to collaborate with Haffenden's Ferret Squad. Gurfein knew that meaningful cooperation with the Mafia would require reaching the top echelons of the criminal world. He first approached Joseph Sox Lanza, the Mafia boss who controlled the Fulton fish market. Despite his criminal history, Lanza found himself in an unusual position, being asked to help the authorities, his lifelong enemies. In a clandestine meeting in Riverside Park, Gurfein told Lanza, "We want you to help your country. We want to know what is going on. We want information from all the captains and sailors who know the coast. You are well aware of the little places where friends of yours used to land cargoes of liquor in the days of Prohibition. Now we want to know who's behind the sabotage and spying in the dock areas." A few days later, Lanza was in the Astor Hotel, shaking hands with Commander Haffenden, who said, "I'm going to ask you to be a patriotic American. Right now, we know that the sea is swarming with Italian and Portuguese fishermen hauling in the mackerel catch. We need to find out how the Germans are getting information about our ship movements to Europe. Can your fishermen help us?" Lanza agreed to help, and immediately sought advice from Meyer Lansky. Lansky recalled, "The minute Joe spoke to me, I knew it was a message for somebody higher up." Gurfein was well aware that real cooperation required the blessing of top Mafia leaders. Lanza's connections to Joe Adonis, Frank Costello, and indirectly to Lucky Luciano, through his brother-in-law Prospero Vincent Vigiano, were vital. Lansky and Lanza consulted Frank Costello, but the ultimate decision lay with Luciano, who was imprisoned. Lansky recounted, "Sure, I'm the one who put Lucky and naval intelligence together. We both knew that when Mussolini went into the war, some Italians in America were proud. They were second-class citizens in America, and Mussolini's victories gave them pride. It was very important for them." Luciano's influence was crucial. Lansky explained, "I want to make my situation clear. The reason I cooperated was because of strong personal convictions. I wanted the Nazis beaten. I made this my #1 priority even before the United States got into the war. I was a Jew, and I felt for those Jews in Europe who were suffering. They were my brothers." Lansky had a history of fighting against Nazi sympathizers in the United States. In the 30s, when Hitler rose to power, Nazi sympathizers in America formed the German-American Bund, spreading anti-Semitic propaganda. Jewish leaders, including Rabbi Stephen Wise and a prominent New York judge, approached Lansky to take action against this growing threat. Lansky organized young Jewish men, including Bugsy Siegel, to combat these Nazi sympathizers directly. One notable incident occurred in Yorkville, Manhattan, where Lansky and his group disrupted a Nazi meeting. "We found several hundred people dressed in their brown shirts. The stage was decorated with a swastika and pictures of Hitler. There were only about 15 of us, but we went into action. We attacked them in the hall and threw some of them out the windows. We wanted to teach them a lesson," Lansky recounted. Back in 1942, with Luciano's nod, the Mafia's cooperation with naval intelligence began. Haffenden's pragmatic approach, meeting with criminals in the Astor Hotel rather than at Navy headquarters, proved effective. Lansky and his associates facilitated the Navy's efforts to secure the docks, ensuring the safe passage of war supplies to Europe. Despite the secrecy, this unconventional alliance between the Navy and the Mafia played a crucial role in maintaining national security. Lansky's strong personal convictions and his unique position within the underworld allowed him to bridge the gap between the Navy and organized crime, contributing significantly to the war effort. When Lieutenant Commander Charles Radcliffe Haffenden took charge of naval intelligence in the 3rd Naval District, he quickly realized that success depended on securing the cooperation of the Mafia. The devil himself had to be consulted, and in this case, the devil was the mob. Haffenden reached out to Manhattan District Attorney Thomas E. Dewey, the foremost authority on New York's gangsters. Dewey assigned one of his most dedicated investigators, Murray Gurfein, to assist Haffenden. Gurfein knew that to secure cooperation, he needed to reach the highest echelons of the criminal world. His first step was to contact Joseph "Socks" Lanza, the Mafia boss who ruled the Fulton Fish Market. Lanza was astonished when Gurfein approached him in March 1942, saying, "We want you to help your country. We want to know what is going on. We want information from all the captains and sailors who know the coast. You are well aware of the little places where friends of yours used to land cargoes of liquor in the days of Prohibition. Now we want to know who's behind the sabotage and spying in the dock areas." A few days later, Lanza met Commander Haffenden at the Astor Hotel. Haffenden, in full naval uniform, said, "I'm going to ask you to be a patriotic American. Right now we know that the sea is swarming with Italian and Portuguese fishermen hauling in the mackerel catch. We need to find out how the Germans are getting information about our ship movements to Europe. Can your fishermen help us?" Lanza, seeking advice, turned to Meyer Lansky. Lansky later recalled, "The minute Joe spoke to me, I knew it was a message for somebody higher up." Lansky and Lanza then consulted Frank Costello, but they knew that only Lucky Luciano could give the final approval. Luciano, imprisoned in the infamous Dannemora, had the ultimate say. Gurfein understood this and made further efforts to reach Luciano. His second contact was Moses Polikoff, a lawyer who had represented both Luciano and Lansky. Polikoff, a former assistant U.S. attorney and a Navy veteran, was sympathetic to the plight of Americans being drowned at sea. He recalled, "The intelligence agencies believed that if sabotage was to be done, it might be done through the direction of the Germans, but by the Italian element." Polikoff knew he needed Lansky's help to approach Luciano. They met with Gurfein in April 1942 at Longchamps on West 58th Street. Lansky expressed his disdain for Adolf Hitler and his patriotism, saying, "I loathed Adolf Hitler and that I was a patriot. I was grateful that America had given me a home and that America had been good to me through the years. But I did say, I must warn you, Mussolini is very important to some of the Italians in New York. He is a hero to them. But I said that I'd do all I could to help the Navy or anybody else to win the war." Gurfein told Lansky, "The Navy wants some prominent Italians to get active in a movement to stop sabotage." Lansky replied, "The man you want is Lucky Luciano." With Lansky's guidance, Polikoff arranged a meeting with Luciano. The harsh conditions of Dannemora, known as Siberia, due to its brutal winters and sweltering summers, made Luciano more willing to negotiate. Lansky recalled Luciano telling him, "In summer it's like a hothouse, and it stinks like a human being who's never washed in his life. In winter, the wind comes right through you, and you can see the ice forming on the inside walls. That is why we call it Siberia. It is the worst place in the world. In a way, Meyer, it would be better to be dead than to stay here." Through Polikoff and Lansky's efforts, Luciano agreed to cooperate. This cooperation included organizing Mafia influence to protect the docks and gather intelligence on potential sabotage and espionage activities. The collaboration was discreet but effective, with notorious figures providing valuable information to naval intelligence. Lansky's involvement was driven by his strong personal convictions. He had a history of combating Nazi sympathizers in the United States, organizing counterattacks against the German-American Bund in the 30s. Lansky and his friends, including Bugsy Siegel, disrupted Nazi meetings and taught them that Jews would not be intimidated. Reflecting on those days, Lansky said, "We operated against the brown shirts in a whole lot of places, in New York, New Jersey, and even farther away. We knew how to handle them, me and my friends. The Italians I knew offered to help, but as a matter of pride, I would not accept. I neglected my business many times to travel around and organize our counterattacks. I must say I enjoyed beating up those Nazis." However, Lansky's anti-Nazi activities also contributed to his reputation as a gangster. "The Jewish leaders couldn't stop my mistreatment in the press. And would you believe, the Jewish press was the first to condemn us. When they reported our anti-Bund activities, they referred to us as the Jewish gangsters. This was the first time I was ever publicly mentioned as a gangster." Despite this, Lansky remained committed to aiding the war effort. His cooperation with naval intelligence was not just about protecting American interests, but also a deeply personal mission to fight against the Nazi regime. This cooperation, facilitated by his and Luciano's influence, played a crucial role in securing the docks and ensuring the safe passage of vital war supplies to Europe. As we conclude this chapter, we will transition to a new series focusing on Luciano, Lansky, BenjaminSiegal, and the New York Mafia's collaboration with the United States to overthrow Nazi Germany. This narrative will establish a strong link, revealing how these men had significantly influenced the political landscape by the end of the 1930s. They had corrupted the political system to the extent that they could manipulate judges, politicians, and senators, controlling state police commissioners, and turning the police force into an extension of organized crime. By the 1940s, their influence had extended to the highest echelons of law enforcement. They had corrupted J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, creating a symbiotic relationship between Hoover and the Mafia. Hoover famously declared that there was no such thing as organized crime on American soil until the Kennedy administration. These criminals had also undermined naval intelligence, making it dependent on the Mafia's assistance. Organized crime was crucial not only for the invasion of Sicily, but also for ensuring that New York's docks and other key locations remained safe from German sabotage. This collaboration persisted into the 1950s. The relationship between naval intelligence and organized crime extended beyond New York, with significant activities in Louisiana, New Orleans, and Galveston, Texas, where the Mafia also held sway. We will pick up in the next series with Luciano and Lansky teaming up to defeat Nazi Germany.